parkway is here, a driveway is here, then you have your curb and your gutter. But this section of land, if it's ever noticed in a violation towards you as the landowner, we are going to call it a parkway and we are going to ask you to maintain it because it would be your responsibility to do so. The other thing is if you ever wanted to change the scope of it, we would encourage you to come in and speak with our planning and engineering department. Not every neighborhood has a parkway, and some don't have a parkway because it could change how the drainage and erosion and how water flows if you went ahead and cemented an area that was already dirt. So just make sure if you have a parkway in your neighborhood or at your home that you maintain the ones that belong to you. So if you're a corner house, sometimes you'll have two. In this case here, this parkway, we would just ask that homeowner come out, just do a little bit of weed remediation, clean up any debris, and bring that area into compliance. So once again, if you ever see this section of land or you own one, it's called
City Council, Barstow Fire Protection District, closed session meeting to order for July 21st, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. We're also going to open a special meeting order at 5:31 p.m. I'm going to ask that everyone please stand, if you can, for the Pledge of Allegiance and follow me. Madam Clerk, we have roll call, please.
Yes, Councilmember Williams is absent and all other members are present.
Thank you. Participation is invited. Members of the public may address the City Council on any item on the agenda, including items during the designated public comment period. Individuals attending in person are encouraged to complete a speaker request card prior to the item being considered. Individuals participating remotely should use the Zoom raise hand feature or follow the posted instructions to request to speak. Code of Ethics. As your elected governing board, we will remember the Code of Ethics that we voluntarily and unanimously approved. During this meeting, we will treat each other and the public with patience, civility, and courtesy. The decisions made tonight will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for personal gain. Public comment of closed session. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the governing board on matters on the closed session agenda and within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed. Madam Clerk, did you need to address Councilmember Williams' presence?
I tagged him at 5:31 arriving.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to speak on?
I do. I have one. Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. I didn't attend the last meeting, but you had something about a lawsuit that was given to us by Big.
This has to be on the items on this agenda.
Okay, then I'll bring it up on the public comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have no other comments.
With that, I'll call for a motion to go into closed session.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Hernandez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Noble. With that, we'll go into closed session. We'll reconvene here at 7 p.m. Oh, vote, please.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. I'm going to cancel the vote.
You want to do a voice?
I'm getting there. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go with the voice. Councilmember Hernandez? Yes. Councilmember Rose?
Yes.
Councilmember Williams? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes.
And Mayor Silva?
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. With that, we'll go into closed session. Will come at the next meeting in August. At this time, I'm going to ask, stand if you're able. We'll have invocation by Pastor Bobby B. Bratton from Gideon's. And then please follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. And I apologize, I call this meeting to order for Barstow Council, Barstow Fire Protection District for July 21st, 2026 at 7:02 p.m.
Genesis chapter 1. So God created human beings in his own image, and in his image he created them. Male and female he created them. Then God blessed them and said, "Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth and govern it." Let's pray. We welcome you, Holy Spirit, in Jesus' name, that you are the Lord God Almighty, that you know each and every one of us. You know in your foreknowledge that each person that is here, you knew that they will be here. And we surrender, we acknowledge before a holy and mighty God, the creator of human race, creator of everything. We say we repent. We say we're sorry, Lord, to you, Lord God. We're sorry if we mishandled your business. We're sorry if we mishandled family. We're saying we're sorry, Lord God. If we abused each other, we're asking for forgiveness, Lord God. We ask you, Lord God, that you'll be glorified in this time, that you'll be pleased, Lord God, with the governing of this city, that the people, Lord God, that we will not come against the government, Lord God, that fight, Lord God, against what is right, but Lord, that will stand up and do what pleases you, Lord God, together, Lord. And we ask you for your grace and your mercy and your goodness, Lord God, to reveal yourself to us in a way that draws us all together, to point us to Jesus, to point us to you, Lord God. We ask you for your favor and your mercy upon the businesses and the owners, Lord God, and those who are working for the city, the police, the fire department, the sheriff, Lord God, the city council, Lord God, the hospital, the doctors. We ask you, Lord God, for help with their families, Lord God, for giving up their time to serve Barstow. We ask you for your goodness, Lord God, for those who are serving the poor and the needy and those the widows, Father God. We ask you, Lord, to come, Lord Jesus. Come and make your home in Barstow and reveal yourself in a mighty way that the nations, Lord God, will acknowledge Barstow to be a place of the resting place of the Lord God Almighty. In Jesus' name we ask. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Bratton. Would you mind staying there and leading us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, thank you. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, roll call is complete and all members are present.
Thank you. Participation is invited. Members of the public may address the City Council during the public comment period for that item. Individuals attending in person are encouraged to complete a speaker request card prior to the item being considered. Individuals participating remotely should use the Zoom raise hand feature or follow the posted instructions to request to speak. Code of Ethics. As your elected governing board, we will remember the code of ethics that we voluntarily and unanimously approved. During this meeting, we will treat each other and the public with patience, civility, and courtesy. The decisions made tonight will be for the benefit of the Barstow community and not for personal gain. Review and approval of the agenda. This is the time for the members of the council to rearrange the order of the agenda, adding items or removing items from the agenda, or removing items from the consent calendar for discussion and or separate action. Items may only be added to the agenda as allowed by state law, including Government Code Section 54954.2b, allowing emergency items to be added by majority vote, or allowing items that arose to the city's attention after the agenda posting deadline, which require immediate action, to be added by a 2/3 vote of the council members present at the meeting, or if less than 2/3 of the council members are present, a unanimous vote of those members present. Call for motion.
And second.
I have a motion by Council Member Hernandez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Call for the vote.
And the motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to presentations. First presentation is Community Residents Update, Breaking Barriers to Yes. The recommended action is a presentation only. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We were to have our Community Resilience Officer, Bruce English, provide this presentation. However, he is on a fire right now, so I am going to turn it over to Chief Corey Cisneros to provide the presentation. And I believe Assistant City Manager Chapa will announce or recognize some of the guests that are here in the audience in relation to this item. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, community. So I appreciate letting me stand in for Chief English, who's committed to the Western incident out here on the East End, part of our district and unincorporated areas. Just to give you a heads up, it is a little small vegetation fire within the area adjacent to the Nash fire. So we have a committed resource response by our district as well as cooperators. We do have our district is currently covered. So that's just a brief. So I apologize that Chief English is actually acting as an apparatus operator, supporting the crews with water supply and delivery on one of our apparatus. So I'm going to stand in for him. I've reviewed the PowerPoint in the past, and so I'm going to try and ad-lib, and I probably won't be as animated as Chief English is and passionate due to his commitment to this type of program. So like Chief English has stated, breaking barriers to yes, building an accountable homeless response system. So this is part of his Community Resilience Officer duties with homeless engagement or unhoused engagement within the community. He's built a few slides here with guiding principles on what he's acting upon as far as engaging in this type of program to benefit the community as well as the patrons that he's actually engaged with on a day-to-day basis. Compassion with accountability, which is making data-driven decision-making. So he's actually out there gathering data on a day-to-day basis, trying to engage with every single unhoused occupant or person in need. So also, he's also doing, I hate to say it, a day-to-day point-in-time count. So he's actually maintaining that type of accountability as far as data and making sure he knows where certain individuals are. He knows a lot of the individuals by name. So he's actually engaging in personal communications with the unhoused community. With that, he's also emphasized that shared community responsibility protects the public infrastructure. So this morning, he did do a presentation to the Chamber of Commerce regarding his responsibilities as a CRO to not only the community, but also to our local businesses, which a few of us were present for that presentation. People were here to help, immediate needs, and identify needs and immediate risks. Like we do, we have certain individuals here that are significant players within this program that helps provide support and services with pathways of stability and housing for these individuals that they're choosing in engagement. He has a systematic approach. So as you can see on the slide, it starts off with initial outreach, which he's currently doing. That's been his focus, outreaching to everybody in need and trying to seek and trying to consider shelter and case management for these individuals and get them into these programs that we do have some significant individuals that help with that placement. Then which leads into the case management, which brings them into the rehabilitation and reintegration as far as employment and housing. So that's basically rounding out his systematic approach. As you can see, the detailed items down below. I apologize. He did have handouts. They are currently in the truck with them out on the fire line. So I apologize that I didn't have time to print those out. I was hoping he can get back. But also, he has the Connect app. So we're all aware of the Barstow Connect app, which actually is able to track some data as well as provide resources to those who have access to self-service and/or QR and/or handouts. This is also available via our city website as well as the Connect app that's available on every type of platform or phone, which actually provides crisis help, provides them guidance to cooling centers, legal issues, provides them the typical shower and hygiene points in the community where they can seek those services. Also, there's veteran-specific opportunities. Obviously, we know of the food programs with the pantries that we offer, as well as the churches that offer their services. Heading Home to Bus program. This is a new program that you guys may have heard, this is pretty much the way to get people back home. And we hate to say it, it's not actually getting people off our hands, but it's making sure that there's an endpoint and a recipient for them. So what he does is he actually engages the individual. With that being said, he actually engages the individual, finds out where they are from, if they have family there, and if they want to go back. If they wanted to go back, he makes positive contact with someone at home, whether it's a family member, friend, and then we make sure that they're willing to receive the person in need at a community. And then we facilitate through our partners here in the community and nonprofit organizations to where we provide bus tickets, train tickets, whatever they may need as far as a mode of transportation. I think we're up to about 13, I believe, is the last number. I don't quote me on that, but I think we're up to 13 individuals that made it home, whether that's Truckee, Las Vegas, Phoenix area. I think we've been as far as I think he said he's working on one that's over on the East Coast at this point in Maine. So we're there to help bring those people back home and get them supported by their families and friends. As well as clothing, medical needs, obviously the sheltering and housing like we talked about, the rapid housing like we do have offered here in the city, obviously back into the mental health component to where they seek the treatment and reintegration, and then also like the children and family services through the necessary players within the county, the community, and any other systems. As you can see, he does have what we call a quick reference app, or the quick reference QR code for anybody in need. So if there's anybody in the audience that would like to scan this real quick to go ahead and engage in our Barstow Community Connect app, feel free to scan this or go to our city website or download it on any form of app store. With that being said, here is all the organizations that he is currently engaged with. So there's a significant list of players that he is, and some of these are actually sitting in the audience that help offer the CRO/homeless coordinator position that he is currently acting on. As you can see, it's anywhere from counseling sessions, community colleges, community hospital, Cal Vets, which is one of the barriers that we have engaged with one of the hardest parts that he has encountered with getting unhoused because they're so tied to their pets, because that's their immediate family for the time being. So we have avenues. In fact, we've had one of our firefighters personally assist with one of our unhoused residents with his pet so that he can get to seed and shelter. As well as Desert Manna, faith-based organizations, i.e. our churches, the Go-Go Barstow, Homeless Action Committee, New Hope Villages, New Life Ministries, San Bernardino County Resources as far as the Hope Team, Seed and Shelter, Simple Solutions, various volunteers, and then Vibrant Villages. And you can see he has them on a pinwheel here as where they all interact and interface with his position. The community partners working together. Obviously, like I talked about, the buses to home is actually the family reunification transports. We have shelter and rapid housing assistance, shopping cart blight program. I'm sure you guys are well aware that he's engaged in the shopping cart issues that we have with getting those shopping carts back to the retailers and getting them off the streets, as well as getting them accounted for and getting them out of sight. The downtown area contacts, he's actually pretty much drives Main Street probably about 6 or 7 times a day and does physical contacts with all the residents and unhoused individuals along there as well and seeking needs and reensuring that he's there for their needs. Back to the pets program, the spay and neuter, like I said, we have that. It's one of the barriers that we currently see with the homeless people having to re-engage in these opportunities. Food opportunities, we know we have significant programs here within the community that's pretty beneficial to their needs as far as nutrition and appropriate nutritional issues. Counseling and life changes, obviously we've been getting engaged with a bunch of different counseling agencies as well as San Bernardino County Public Health to try and get them engaged as well. And he says the unhealthy processes of the past. So we all know that there's certain reasons why someone may be in the predicament they're in, and we're trying to, again, break those barriers to where we can break that unhealthy process of their past. And then creating a future of opportunities. So obviously, all these are leading into, getting them reassimilated with normal life and opportunities that we all have benefit of as far as, housing, community, and any type of shelter and nutritional issues. Our actions are achievable process, help and pressure our homeless into housing and off the streets. So he is significantly out there, offering services and putting, I hate to say, that positive pressure on these individuals that we're there, and we have systems in place to assist them. Sometimes uncomfortable, yes, shatters those established barriers. So sometimes they're a little bit leery of taking our assistance, but they're pretty appreciative after they know that we're there not to pressure them too much, but also to get them back on their feet. And these are the reasons why we must change. To reduce crisis responses, coordinate nonprofit and public agencies, protect neighborhoods and environment, and create measurable outcomes. So through measurable outcomes is actually tracking the data. Protect our neighborhood environment. Obviously, we've talked about certain issues within the community where these may cause environmental concerns. Obviously, he is the coordinator between all public agencies and nonprofits, and then also the crisis response, relieving the first responders of any type of repetitive responses that these occurrences happen within these issues. Public safety, rapid encampment response. So obviously, we've engaged in abatement of encampments and getting all appropriate parties engaged so we can get those mitigated. Zero tolerance around critical infrastructure. Obviously, we do know there's critical infrastructure needs. Obviously, there's some Edison infrastructure out there that's abandoned. I hate to say the substation up on the top or the Edison yard. We've encountered some positive contact up there, so we do have some unhoused that have been encroaching, in which we've engaged in their corporate real estate or corporate security to kind of make sure that they're keeping their facilities secured. Environmental restoration. So obviously, returning the environment. And you've seen him display pictures of what our desert should look like. Consistent accountability. That's back on that pressure and holding people accountable. And that's where he is repetitively meeting with the people that may be resistant at first, but they're breaking the barrier to the yes. And accountability goes both ways, not just on the individual, but us as community citizens and community responders as well. The resilience, obviously, the Mojave River corridor restoration. We've had conversations on that. Obviously, the fire hazard reduction, reducing fire hazard due to the unhoused predicaments. Illegal dumping and removal, groundwater protection, protecting all of our infrastructure. Bruce likes to highlight this is he refers to, and we all know that Barstow is basically a dry island. We're here by ourselves, and we're a pretty resilient community. So he noticed this the first day he walked in, and it's stuck in his brain ever since, is no one is coming, it's up to us. So we do have significant commitment by our community members to making these programs work. So that's what this means, is no one's coming, so we got to do it ourselves. Accountability in the field. Every contact is documented. He has data tracking sheets and spreadsheets highlighting that, as well as a hot map. And I mean a hot map by a pinpointing of where these encampments may be or may lie. Follow-up action, that's where he's continuing making those reassurance and those positive contacts on a secondary. Every service offer, so he makes sure he has every service that they may need in his back pocket to where he can put that reference out. Every outcome track, so he's actually closing the loop on his data tracking, and he'll actually document where these individuals and how the outcome, whether it's positive or negative. The dashboard for June. Here's where he highlights his contacts over the last few months, or last month of June. And I'm going to run through this to get them all up here so everyone can have time to look at them. So the homeless outreach is 67 individual contacts, 29 different locations out in the field, 45 properties inspection. That's on a highlighted fire prevention component. Shopping carts, he's had 77 shopping carts recovered and returned. And as we see them, we actually pick them up in our utility and bring them back to the rightful owners. Partnership meetings, so that's in any type of community engagement, whether it's agencies or businesses. He's had 28 of those. And you can see the various dashboard components down below. Partners in success, working programs and partnerships, permanent housing, financial management. That's back in that rehab component and getting them assimilated with society. Skills development, pathway to home ownership, and education opportunities. That's where we rely on a lot of our community partners and programs to get them back and reassimilated and retrained and reeducated. This highlights, the commitment by all of our players and that pinwheel of cycle, starting off with fire, police, public works, nonprofit partners, with a willing participant, the volunteers, and faith community base, and then families as well. So obviously, compassion, collaboration, accountability, hope, opportunity, community, and lasting chance are those core values. Homeless is not solved by one agency, one nonprofit, or one program. He can help solve this issue in Barstow by working together, leaving the past behind, and helping bring organizations together for our good. At this point, this is the end of his presentation. So any questions? But first off, I'd like Assistant City Manager Chapa to highlight positive individuals in the community.
Thank you for that presentation, Chief. At this time, I'd like to invite Jonathan from Seed and Shelter to join us here at the mic, along with Adelanto City Council member and San Bernardino Behavioral Health Commissioner Amanda Updegrove, please.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. It's really good to be here. My name is Amanda Eptergrove. I'm actually here on behalf of the Behavioral Health Commission. It is so good to see what Barstow is doing. You know, I appreciate the pastor who opened today in prayer with the invocation, and the Bible does say that wherever there is unity, God commands a blessing. And this structure that I just saw on your TV screens shows the impact that is having, the positive impact that you are doing here in your community in Barstow when all the programs are working together, when you have your volunteers, when you have your ministries, when you have mental health services, and you have your Hope team, and you have the team, this incredible council that is supporting these great moves that are happening, right? These are things that we want to see in all of our cities throughout this entire region. And I'm seeing it done here very, very well. And I'm so impressed. And just recently, I had the privilege and opportunity to go and see some of your other partners, right? One of them is here today, so I won't steal his thunder. But when I had the opportunity to walk Seed and Shelter and see the impact that they're making on a one-on-one basis with the hearts and individuals that are coming, not only just for food, but for those who are also getting placed. It was incredible. I went back. I called everybody. People were so annoyed they didn't want to talk to me anymore. They're like, I know. But Barstow, I am so, just as a council member, right? This is something that I'm looking at this and going, I gotta go back to my council. Our council is tomorrow, right? So I have so much to share. And this is an incredible process and program. Your diagrams are fantastic, and I look forward to seeing and hearing more of the positive results that you are doing here in the city, because quite frankly, it's an example. And as you said, no one is coming. Well, it seems like everyone is coming because they're buying into what it is you're selling here. And so on behalf of the Behavioral Health Commission, right, it is my belief that we need more mental health services up here. And so as a commissioner for the region, I would like to work with some of you to see how we can do that, because it is clear that the commitment is here, the people are here, the hearts are here, so we need to be here too. So thank you for having me.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the time. Mayor, thank you. Council members, as well as first responders, we're really grateful, as well as the citizens. As of when we started this mission, it was very difficult, but the one thing that we're very fortunate is we definitely had a lot of support from the city. Mayor, councilmen, we're really appreciative. And to be at this point, we're truly blessed, and we really hope that we're able to impact and change lives as much as humanly possible. As of right now, we pretty much were able to house about 46 people. Proud to say that we actually served, through our food distribution, 212 people as of on a weekly basis, pretty much. So that's actually really good. And we had 8 people enrolled in Barstow Community College. So we're also very grateful for, like I said, the first responders, because it's really made a world of a difference. Countless meetings, and it's really been a team effort. So we're really fortunate to be at this point, and this is just the beginning. We're very grateful, and thank you so much for your time and everything you've really done for Seed and Shelter. It really means a lot to us. Thank you.
Anything else from staff?
I'd just like to make a brief comment. Really, the police department is just one piece of this pie. But other than maybe Barstow Youth Sports, I've never seen the community come together on any one topic like we have. Everybody in the room, all the different nonprofits, Seed and Shelter, we're really making a difference in the community. It's allowing us to spend more time doing proactive policing, and we're getting these homeless people back into homes, and it's making a difference in their life. So we're just happy to be a part of it.
Anything else from staff?
That's all we have, unless you have any questions.
Thank you. Then I'll bring it back to council. But before I do, Chief Cisneros, for not being your presentation, I have to say well presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
and bring a presentation. I'll bring it back to council for questions and or discussion. Councilmember Williams.
I think we started this back probably a year ago. We did we created the action committee, the homeless action committee. We wanted to take a test bed and run all of the individuals out there and see if we can get them together. Some were going to say that I'm harassing the homeless and I'm going after them. And I guess that could be true at some times. But what we're trying to do is create an education program. We went and sat down with IT. I want to tell you, great job, IT. I want to thank you so much, because we were in there for about an hour, weren't we? And it wasn't easy. I want to talk a little bit more about what Jonathan forgot to say. One of the things he forgot to say is the heating cooling center coming soon. Okay, we wanted to put all the resources in one area. We wanted to make sure that it wasn't dragged around to different areas around our town. And to the police chief, I want to thank you so much, because this city has never been any cleaner than we have. Our public works has done an amazing job. And just so you know, the committee has the city involved. For the first time, we've got the major players of top management into a room, and this is the results of it. I do also go out, as Bruce does, and we're educating. We're trying to get the homeless off the street. Well, I'm going to give you a couple of things that's going to shock you here. So one is our Barstow Community Hospital. I want you guys to understand that if you have a person that's in the hospital and they need medical devices and they don't have a place to live, they stay in that hospital. Am I correct, Fire Chief? We sat down with Barstow Community Hospital. We heard up to a year of a non-house resident staying in a hospital. Am I correct?
Yes.
And so the cost of that is incredible. Well, now we take that person, like we did yesterday, out of the hospital and put them straight into the emergency housing so they can take their medical devices with them. Some of you in the audience, Cherish is one of them that's out there feeding the homeless. It's everyone together. So when we did that pie chart, it's amazing the stuff we're coming up with. Bruce is the director. He absolutely is, because you're not going to trust me to do it. So at the end of the day, Chief, would you say that we've had 2 or 3 meetings?
At least.
At least, and in those meetings, every time we took action, we've solved the problem. Correct?
Correct.
So I want to make it clear that the Seed and Shelter also has some parolees and some teenagers that are unhoused as well. But at the end of the day, they're all unhoused. And so I'm extremely excited about what we did. And I just want you guys to know we did this in 8 months. And me and Jonathan went to the county, to the state. We went everywhere. We went to every meeting. We had to go and beg to get in some doors. I want to say this to our city manager. You've been 100% behind this. Our mayor has been pushing for this as well. We're hoping to finalize this committee and then turn it over to the city. Make it a city-run program. But Barstow College, I want to thank them extremely for the stuff they're doing. Like I said, for the first time, we've come together to be able to put a heating and cooling center soon, which is our #1 problem. It's amazing what's coming now. We also know that the county is going to be bringing up even more programs to us. We're not done yet. We got about 3 more things we're going to announce to really help out. One of those will be job programs. So one area, it happens to be in District 3. It is a facility that we're working very hard to keep clean. To our fire chief, thank you so much for what you've done. To our police chief for going in and doing the extra patrols and everything else. But this is a partnership, and it just shows you what we can do if we work together. And I'm super proud of this Homeless Action Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more requests from council, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak from the public?
I do not.
Thank you. With that, we will go on to general non-agendized public comment. This is the time and the place for the public to address the council on matters not on the agenda and within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak must be submitted. All requests to speak by submitting a speaker request card or Zoom raise hand feature must be done prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk. Madam Clerk?
Yes, our first speaker is Ms. Pamela Almeride.
Welcome, Ms. Almright.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, staff, and members of the public. For those who don't know me, my name is Pamela Almright. I'm a city employee, and I'm also a union steward for Teamsters Local 1932, which represents units 1 and 2 members. The membership of Teamsters Local 1932 are currently working without a contract. Our Unit 1 and 2 members have not received a cost of living adjustment since 2024 as the city continues to cry broke. However, since 2024, other units have received a cost of living adjustment and were also given retroactive pay, while Units 1 and 2 were told council will not approve any retro pay. Units 1 and 2 are made up of Public Works, the wastewater treatment plant, office assistants for City Hall and Barstow Police Department, code enforcement, and public safety dispatchers. We are the employees keeping the city running. At a time when the city manager received a $26,000 raise, the city employees of Unit 1 and 2 are struggling to keep up with the cost of living and cannot afford the city's health insurance. When the union questions the reasoning behind city manager getting a $26,000 raise plus mileage, the city claims it's in line with what other city managers in the high desert are receiving. However, when we, the workers of the city of Barstow, ask for similar compensation, the city says it either cannot afford it or that it is unfair to use the same analogy and comparison the city uses for salary increases for city leadership. If the city can justify a huge salary increase for the city manager, fire chief, and police chief, certainly the city can find the funds to provide an appropriate raise for its employees. Teamsters Local 1932 asks for fair wages and recognition of the work we do just as much as any other city unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Almright.
Our next speaker is Mr. Atris Chandler.
You got that right. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Chandler.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time. Good evening, City Council, Honorable Mr. Mayor. My name is Atris Chandler with Teamsters Local 1932. I'm a business agent representing the Units 1 and 2, and I'm also the chief negotiator for the members during these contract negotiations. In all fairness, my honored steward hit on most of the points that I'm going to reiterate right now, much more eloquently than I can, but I'm going to try to muddle through this. I come to you today to speak on behalf of the Teamster membership, as my colleague did. Our contract expired in June 30th, and we are currently working without a new deal. We are in contract negotiations, but I humbly request that you reconsider your stance on the financial priorities of negotiations, including retroactive pay and COLAs, as this was given to other groups but refused to us, as my colleagues reiterated, as I must reiterate, my colleague said. We believe that we had an understanding regarding pay within the last contract, yet we are now being told that that is not the case. We are being told that the city has no more money, but we under no more money for our raises or our pay, but we are understanding that there is a surplus. We were told that our members are valued, yet they have not received a raise since 2024, as was stated earlier. We have members that are not able to pay their bills, yet they are full-time employees for the city. We have members that are on the county, meaning IEHP, yet they are full-time employees as well. It appears as though other groups in the city are prioritized over us, and we should be equally valued. Our members are valuable to keep the city running, including police and fire dispatchers that would be here now, but they're working 512s. Our code enforcement members, office staff, public works, as Councilmember Williams mentioned, and our water staff, among others. Many of our members work very, very hard to keep the city, keep the wheels on the wagon in the city. And this situation of not being able to get through this contract cannot stand. All we ask for is dignity and respect, and the valuable work that we perform for the city. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler.
Our next speaker is Miss Anna Fusey.
Welcome, Ms. Fusey.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm really happy to see the homeless and the mental health integrated with that, having been a nurse for 30 years, and a lot of it was with mental health. Barstow Senior Center is also a resource for a lot of the seniors as far as nutrition, so I just wanted to point that out. We are happy to see seniors 60 and over for nutrition if they need any of that. And we also have classes, like this month we have Nurse Kathleen. They're welcome to come. This month she's talking about urinary incontinence, but it's really for everybody, but we do focus on seniors there. I also want to talk about the 50th anniversary. We're celebrating 50 years of serving the community. September 26th is our dinner, and we hope to see everybody there. It will be catered by Domingos, and tickets and stuff are starting on sale on August 3rd, and it's $30 a ticket. You get tri-tip. It's also a big fundraiser for the Senior Center, so I have to put that out there. We have bingo on Wednesdays and Fridays, and we're having ice cream social. I don't know if any of you have been to our ice cream social yet, but it's really had a great turnout for the community. So we hope to see you there August 10th, and I know that Susie has a lot of the flyers and stuff. And then we are putting bird houses together on August 13th, and you would be surprised, our last rock painting thing, I think we had over 35 people that came and did rock painting with us. And we also have a dance on August 2nd. And the other thing that I wanted to talk about, we have just talked with Mayor Pro Tem Noble, and we will be celebrating veterans on Saturday, November 7th. We're doing a barbecue that's being sponsored for veterans, so we want to put that out there. I don't quite have the flyer ready yet, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fusey.
Our next speaker is Miss Cherish Connolly.
Welcome, Ms. Connolly.
Hi, thank you. And I just want to say thank you to everybody. It's just so beautiful to see everyone come together as a community. And what I'm going to be talking about is we need all the community effort that we possibly can get. So hello, everyone, and thank you for letting me speak. I've told to separate school issues with city council issues, but I would like anybody's help that could possibly help. In the school district right now, there are so many things going on. My DMs are flooded from moms that are concerned left to right. They're concerned for their kids' safety, their kids' education, bullies, everything possible that you can think of. As we know, well, if you don't know, my daughter was sexually harassed in Barstow Fine Arts Academy. So that's where I went on social media and just asked anybody that wanted to help me, please help me, please educate me, please give me some information how I can go forward and get something done. So it was a Title IX case, and it got closed by Rebecca Michelson. And ever since then, I've been pushing hard to get heard by someone. So I went to the school district meeting. No one wants to hear from me. Leonard Williams doesn't want to hear from me. No one really wants to help me. They really want to shut me up. So I just want to express to you guys, I am not an ally. Well, yes, I am an ally in a good way. I am not no one to be afraid of. I'm not here to bash the city. My videos that went viral is to bring love and support and awareness to this town and what can we improve and how can we make Barstow better. Being a resident here, I've lived here my whole life, literally my whole life since I was a baby, probably moved out like 2 years, right? Yeah, it's just sad to see the abandoned buildings, the homeless in the street. I love that we're doing mental awareness. I love that we're helping the homeless. That's why I have personally went out every week. Jesus put it on my heart. God put it on my heart to start helping the homeless, letting them know that they are people. They are people. People don't see them as humans. They just want to throw them away. I don't want to throw them away. I want to show them love and grace. So the same thing with the school district. Like I said, I'm only one person, and to be shut down by all the sources that I thought were supposed to help me, I'm the only active parent that is actively trying to get a resolution in this case, and it seems like they just want to shut me up. Like I said, this is not necessarily city council wanting me to shut me up, but Barstow School District does want to shut me up. And if we know city council, we were sued in 2020 by California, right? And I just think it's a shame that Barstow keeps getting pushed under the mud. But I understand their frustrations now, because as a mother that has actively been trying, it can get overwhelming that I keep getting shut down. And my daughter was just sexually harassed as a 5-year-old in kindergarten by another kindergartner. So if anyone wants to help me, reach out to me. I appreciate you guys' time, and thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly.
Our next speaker is Mr. Gilbert Asa. Non-agenda public comment.
Welcome, Mr. Asa.
Yeah. Okay. First thing, yeah, I do appreciate you guys doing something for the homeless, because when I first came here, I was homeless. For 2 years, I stayed at Desert Manor. I know what went on in that Desert Manor. People from the Marine Corps were donating food for us. And half of the people that were running the place were stealing the food. And that's not right. If it was donated to the homeless, then they should get it. Not they shouldn't take it, the better half of it, and take it home. That isn't what it was for. And you guys finally closed down that Desert Manor over here. You probably didn't even know that I was there. But I'll tell you one thing. The way they ran it was no good. Now the one that's popping up now, Desert Manor, I see a lot being done. And I respect you guys for that. But there's also other things. I'll leave those alone until later. Okay? So I wish you guys would help them out, because it's not right for them to go into a homeless shelter and be taking the food from their own mouth.
Thank you, Mr. Asa.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me. First thing I'd like to say is I tried to make an appointment with the city manager, wasn't able to get it. I have talked to her 2 months ago about some problems, and I never got answers to my questions. Many questions are asked here, which are not answered. It used to be a policy that if you didn't know the answer by the next meeting, you would give the answer. I'd like to see them go back to that policy. I'd also like to see the city manager correspond and get involved with the community. I mean, you had the big to take care of. You took care of it. Now move on. And when people come here with complaints, respond to them. They have concerns, respond to them. I believe that's your job, to talk to the people in this community. And if you don't let them know it, they're going to talk back to you, whether you like it or not. That's the way it is. My next question is the big project. We're being sued over that. Are we paying legal services? Are we paying the legal on that? Or is Big paying the legal on that? I'd like to have an answer to that question, because I tried asking it and they said I can't ask it. But it is something. At the last street committee meeting, Mr. Silva, you canceled it. You know, people have a right to know what's going on as far as repairs on the streets and so forth. And Section 7's been waiting 46 years to get this thing complete. I see now progress is being done in it. But they'd like to know updates. When is the streets going to be done? When are they going to get their rebates? Who's going to get rebates? Are they going to be contacted? You've been negligent. Staff has been negligent in notifying people what the progress in this thing is. You've been negligent in the street committee meetings by not telling them what's going on. I hope you have a meeting next month, which you're scheduled to, and people can go to it and not cancel it at the last minute. That's not right. That was done in the past. Also, getting back to city manager, you make a lot of money in this town, and I'd like to see you give more care to the people that pay for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ted Wiesma.
Welcome, Mr. Wiesma.
Thank you. First of all, thanks, Chief, for a wonderful presentation. I'm glad to see all the positive changes and the positive attitude towards people less well off than you are. It's a great thing to finally see some positive attitudes and statements. But I got to tell you right now, I'm pretty damn hot under the collar. I wish you'd get the air conditioning fixed in here. I'm working up a sweat just sitting there. And about a year ago, when it was also hot, I asked why we no longer had a water cooler out in front, and I see we, again, are heading into a very hot time. It'd be nice to see some water available for the public out here during the city council meeting. Beyond that, I'd like to know where we are with Marriott. Are we finally past the point where we're paying them and we'll be getting full compensation for what we're supposed to be getting? That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesma.
Our next speaker is Miss Vanessa Pack, who is on our Zoom link.
Welcome, Ms. Peck.
Vanessa?
I'm here. Sorry, I had to get Harry too. Are we ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City staff, and members of the community. On behalf of the Barstow Action Committee, I'm pleased to share our latest update. We want to start by recognizing the city for the noticeable improvement in communication through social media. Residents are more informed, and we appreciate that commitment to transparency. This period, 71 community reports were submitted through the Barstow Connect app, with 41 resolved, 30 currently open, and more than 28 tons of trash removed from our community. Our subcommittees remain active across every area of our city. The Barstow Business Action Committee is strengthening local businesses, building partnerships, and supporting economic growth throughout our city. The Cemetery Action Committee is working closely with city leadership on preservation goals, and we're pleased to share that the curbing has been completed. We want to extend our sincere thanks to the city, the county, Burtec, and the cemetery staff for making that happen. The Cleanup and Repair Action Committee is reporting and tracking infrastructure concerns, and during a recent observation, members assisted a resident in a motorized wheelchair who was forced into the roadway because of damaged sidewalks. They contacted the Barstow Police Department and helped the resident to safety. Safe, accessible sidewalks are not a convenience, they are essential. The Education Action Committee is gathering feedback and has raised ADA accessibility concerns at Barstow High School via a concerned citizen. The Homeless Action Committee has housed 46 individuals, relocated 11 through church assistance, and we're excited to share that the Seed and Shelter Transitional Housing Project is now active with approximately 96 beds at no cost to the city. The hospital can now refer patients directly to Seed and Shelter for housing, and just yesterday, a community member was successfully placed there. This is exactly the kind of long-term solution our community needs. The Route 66 and Senior Action Committees are actively promoting community engagement, and our Youth Action Committee is currently in development. We respectfully request an update on more than 20 sidewalk concerns reported on May 6th through the Barstow Connect app along Riverside Drive and Barstow Road that are still not repaired, and an update on adding photos to completed Barstow Connect app reports, just like Amazon shares a photo once the packages are delivered. We thank Councilmember John Tex Williams for his leadership and guidance, the mayor, city council, city management, and city staff, and all who continue working alongside us. Every part of Barstow matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Peck.
Our next speaker
Thank
is
you.
our next speaker is Mr. Perry Pack.
Welcome, Mr. Peck.
Mr. Pack.
There you go.
Okay. Your 3 minutes is starting.
Okay. How you doing, everyone? This is the first time for this. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, all staff, and especially the management. I know you all are working hard. I'd like to give a shout out to Ken Chapa, working with the Action Committee very diligently, and I appreciate that. We had a wonderful meeting out at the cemetery today. We're going to be showing you more and more about the effects of the new curbing and fines that are being put down at the cemetery. Thank you, Tex, for doing all the liaison work that you do for all the action committees. We appreciate every one of you and all your hard efforts, hard work, the streets, of course, Barstow Action Committee and Barstow Action Committee cleanup and repair. Really appreciate you guys listening to the people and knowing that the people want these streets well maintained. That is a priority of theirs. Same with our sidewalks and all the weed abatement for not only just good looks, but weed abatement at your home and your businesses can definitely knock down the chance of having fuel for unnecessary fires and things like that, like we've seen here. And kudos to the police department and the fire department for taking care of the wonderful work on the fire that could have damaged a lot of Barstow residents, buildings, and the Marine base. So you guys did a wonderful job. I was actually on vacation and rolling down Route 66 at the time, but we got word of it, and of course we sprang into action, and in appreciation for everything that you guys have done in that area. I would like to also touch on some areas that we really need to work with our, and this is more you, Mr. Heldreth. We want to work on getting our businesses streamlined to be able to do business in Barstow. We don't want them having to wait on certain things like fees and things like that. If we could at all minimize
Thank
the
you,
time-
Mr. Peck.
That is all the comments that we have.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to our public hearing. First public hearing, lien protest hearing for delinquent trash and sewer accounts. Recommend action. Staff recommends that the City Council, number one, conduct a protest hearing and, subject to testimony received, adopt resolution number 5302-2026 and waive further readings. Number two, where necessary and relevant, direct staff to resolve any conflicts with protest owners before the final lien and or property tax assessment list is filed with the San Bernardino County. Additionally, authorize staff to remove any properties from the lien and assessment listings should delinquent fees be paid prior to the filing of the final lien list with San Bernardino County. City Manager, Mrs. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to introduce Finance Director Harris to provide the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
I present to you the final lien list slated for assessment with the County of San Bernardino tax roll. As of close of business today, we have a total of 706 lien accounts totaling $613,503.48 of past due amounts as of April 30th, 2026. Including liens and fees, the total amount for assessment is $845,294.45. If you've joined us here tonight prior to this council meeting, you had an opportunity to fill out a request for a payment plan out in the lobby, and if you are interested in that and have not done so yet, you have an opportunity to grab a form and fill that out so that if you are approved, you can be considered for a payment plan. But as of now, staff recommends that we approve the resolution as presented, and I am here if there are any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Ms. Clayton, anything else?
No, that is all.
Okay, I see no questions from council. With that, I'll open the public hearing at 7:57 p.m. Madam Clerk?
Yes, I have Mr. Gilbert Asa.
Welcome back, Mr. Asa.
Yeah. Right here, I have documents from the city of Barstow. Okay? Now, these documents are delinquents. I got one for, let's give you the dates, 3/10/25 for 8/74/47. Then I got another one right after that one for 5/6/26 for 9/28. Then I got another one for 6/9/25 for over $1,071. Then I got another one, 9/17/25 for $278. Then I got another one, 10/9/25 for $278. Then I have another one, 11/13/25 for $426.72. Now, I know for a fact the city doesn't really post out that many delinquencies because you guys put liens on my property. Okay? You put the lien on my property because it wasn't paid. My escrow sent you a check, which I have here, the council check, for $2,200 for the lien on my property. They sent back the lien money, and they sent back $200 out of $2,200. There's still $900 and something missing. I have the receipts right here and the council checks that you guys gave me. And when the rest of the money is missing, you guys don't have no answer to it. Why not? I like to know, because I've never known a city to give out that many delinquents in 1 year in different amounts. They go up and down, up and down. I like to know why he's doing that. You guys trying to smoke screen somebody or something? You guys hiding money, putting it away somewhere else? Because I'll tell you right now, to me, I think that's crooked. Plus, I have a letter here from my mortgage company that everything was paid off until 3/26 is paid off. Why do I have all these delinquent notices? Is that the way you guys are going to run it? This is bull. I'd like to know what you guys are going to do about it and the rest of my money that was taken from me.
Thank you, Mr. Asa.
Yeah, thank you for stealing my money.
We have no more comment.
And I have the receipts.
Thank you, Mr. Asa.
Yeah.
With that, I'll close the public hearing at 8:01 p.m. Are there any requests to speak from council? Before I call for a motion, Madam Clerk, you have the abstention list.
I do. Would you like me to read that for you?
Please.
So I have the abstention list for Mayor Silva. His abstentions is on 57, 58, 62, 63, 336, 343, and 344. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, abstentions on 654, 666, 669, 670, 671, 672, 673, 675, and 676. Councilmember Hernandez, abstentions on 85, 90, 94, 103, 104, 105, 111, 112, 334, 335, 336, 337, 338, 339, 340, 341, 342, 359, 362, 363, 364, 365, 366, 367, 368, 369, and 370. Councilmember Williams' abstention is number 68, 69, 71, 302, 304, 305, 306, 307, 308, 319, and 320. And Councilmember Rowe's abstention, number 624, 631, 632, 633, 634, 635, 636, and 637.
Thank you. With that, I'll call for a motion.
I so move.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, second by Councilmember Williams. Any discussion? Seeing none, call for the vote.
And the motion to approve item 8 passes unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. With that, we move on to item 9, protest hearing on unpaid nuisance abatement fees. Recommend action, conduct a protest hearing, subject to testimony received, adopt resolution number 5303-2026, making determinations and confirming assessments and proceedings for unpaid nuisance abatement fees, and waive the reading. City Manager, Mrs. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to introduce our Code Enforcement Division. Mary and Cameron are here to provide the presentation, and I will let Community Development Director Hildreth add anything if he would like.
Good evening, everyone. So the party that was responsible for the property that we abated remained in contact with the city, kept it secure and free of trash, debris, dead vegetation until April of 2024. After that date, the party stopped responding and began letting the property fall into a state of public nuisance. Several attempts were made through phone calls, emails, texts, were sent to the party asking to cure the violations. We began noticing activity of possible squatters and loiterers in January of 2025. Again, no response or action from the responsible party. After working closely with Barstow PD in January of 2026, we worked with our city prosecutor's office to obtain an abatement warrant. Public Works abated the property March 16th of this year, and to this date, still no response or any contact has been made by the responsible party for the property.
Thank you. Ms. Clayton, anything to add?
No, nothing to add. Thank you.
All right. I'll bring to council for questions. Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing at 8:05 p.m. Madam Clerk.
I have no comment on this item.
With that, I'll close the public hearing at 8:05 p.m. Bring it back to City Council. Still seeing no questions. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, second by Councilmember Williams. Any discussion? Seeing none, call for the vote.
And the motion on item 9 passes unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item 10. Again, public hearing, annual review and reformation of Assessment District Number 1 for fiscal year 2026-2027. Recommend action that the City Council take the following actions. Number 1, adopt resolution number 5304-2026, attachment A, thereby approving the fiscal year 2026-2027 engineers report, street lighting, flood control, Landscape and Street Maintenance Assessment District Number 1 and waive the full reading. Number 2, adopt resolution number 5305-2026, attachment B, declaring the city's intention to reaffirm the levy and collection of annual assessments in fiscal year 2026-2027 via the property tax roll in collection with street lighting, flood control, landscape and street maintenance, benefit assessment district number 1, and waive the full reading. Number 3, approve the expenditure appropriations in the amount of $13,000 for fiscal year 2026-2027 per engineer's report, estimated revenues and expenditures on page 7. City Manager, Mrs. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to introduce Community Development Director Hildreth to provide the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, council, as the mayor read that lengthy introduction, this item is before you. It's done yearly. It's the engineer's estimate, and it's the Lighting and Assessment District to renew. On June 16th, 2026, the City Council approved Resolution Number 5292-2026, and as the attachment C, to initiate proceedings to reaffirm the levy and collection of the annual assessment for this coming fiscal year. The analysis has been conducted. Staff is recommending no increase to the current assessment levies. If approved by the council, the annual maintenance and operational costs associated with each of the assessment districts will be assessed at a pro rata basis at the same rate as was charged during the previous year. And this report is required to be conducted annually, and the city must reaffirm the active assessment districts located within Barstow. Otherwise, we would cease to be receiving these assessments. This pays for your street lights and then some landscape assessment sections along Rimrock and then in some different locations throughout Barstow. So with that, that concludes my presentation, but I'm available for any comments or questions.
Thank you. Anything to add, Ms. Clayton?
Nothing further to add.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council for questions. Councilmember Rose.
So, Mr. Hildreth, thank you for everything you do. I do have a question on package page 103. Should we, it says Matthew Summers as the city attorney. Should that be reflecting Mr. Jared's name because all the other documents have his name? Maybe that was just an oversight.
Yeah, it was a miscite on that, an oversight on that, and we can adjust that.
So in the motion, we don't really have to motion to adjust it. It's just right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hildreth.
So no more questions from council. I will open the public hearing at 8:09 p.m. Madam Clerk.
I have no comments on this item.
Thank you. With that, I will close the public hearing at 8:09 p.m. Bring it back to council for questions. Seeing none, I'll call for a motion.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, second by Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion for item 10 passes unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we move on to our consent calendar public comment. This is the time and the place for the public to address the council on all matters on the consent calendar. Speakers are asked to limit their comments on all consent items to 3 minutes or less. All requests to speak, we're going to have to correct the language there. It's not reading right. All requests to speak submit them to the speaker with a request card or Zoom raise hand feature must be done prior to the agenda item being addressed. If special accommodations are required, a 48-hour notice must be given to the city clerk.
I have no comment on our consent calendar, and with that, I'll go ahead and read it.
Thank you.
Item 11 are the minutes for the workshop meeting held April 15, 2026. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 12 is the minutes for the special meeting held April 15, 2026. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 13 are the minutes for the joint special meeting held April 7, 2026. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 14 are the minutes for the joint special meeting held April 21st, 2026. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 15 are the minutes for the joint special meeting held May 5th, 2026. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 16 are the minutes for the joint special meeting and budget workshop held May 13th, 2026. The recommended action is to approve minutes as presented. Item 17 is a ratification of accounts payable expenditures for June 2026. The recommended action is to approve and ratify expenses as audited for checks 103,527 through 103,857, totaling $6,203,669.32, and wires 1329 through 1342, totaling $768,741.14, per the agency breakdown as follows. City, $6,676,941.47. Fire, $295,468.99, for a grand total of $6,972,410.46. Item 18 is the approval of a succession memorandum of understanding between the City of Barstow and the Barstow Police Officers Association, BPOA, for the contract term of July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. The recommended action is staff recommends the City Council, 1, to approve the successor MOU with the Barstow Police Officers Association, BPOA Unit 3, and 2, to approve Resolution 5306-2026, Second Amendment to the Public Available Pay Schedule. 3, authorize the appropriation of budget to the applicable police salary accounts from available budget surplus in the fiscal year 2026-2027 general fund budget. And 4, to approve and attach side letter agreement between the City of Barstow and the Barstow Police Management Association regarding BPMA, waiving the parity clause for the Barstow Police Officers Association only during the term of this contract. Item 13 is Resolution 5307-2026 of the City Council of the City of Barstow.
Correction, you said 13, it's 19.
I'm sorry, 19. Resolution 5307-2026 of the City Council of the City of Barstow declaring its intention to set the time, date, and place for a protest hearing for property abatement costs and penalties for August 4th, 2026 at 7 p.m. for APN 0183-181-290000. The recommended action is to adopt Resolution 5307-2026, setting the date and time for a protest hearing for property abatement costs and penalties for August 4th, 2026 at 7 p.m. in the council chambers, and waive the full reading for APN 0183-181-290000. Item 20, Resolution 5273-2026 is the placement of public nuisance abatement costs on San Bernardino County Tax Roll APN 0182-102-14-0000. The recommended action is staff recommends the City Council, 1, to adopt Resolution 5273-2026 as amended, which includes the required changes per the San Bernardino County Tax Assessor to authorize the placement of the nuisance abatement costs for APN 0182-102-14-0000 on the fiscal year 2026-2027 tax roll, and 2, to direct the city clerk to provide an executed copy of Resolution 5273-2026 to the City of Barstow's Finance Department. Item 21 is acceptance of amended funding agreement with San Bernardino County for Barstow Cemetery District and approval of contract to Advance Engineering USA and change orders for the Mountain View Memorial Cemetery landscape curbing project. The recommended action is staff recommends the City Council, 1, to approve the amended agreement between the City of Barstow and the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors to expand the project scope to include curbing, as well as the placement of landscape materials within designated curbing areas. 2, to approve change order number 1 to Advance Engineering USA in the amount of $19,899 for additional landscape curbing improvements. 2, to approve change order number 2 in the amount of $1,853 for the required increase to the project for payment bond, and 4, to authorize the city manager or designee to execute the amended agreement, change orders, and all related contract documents. Item 22 is adopt resolution authorizing the city to obtain federal financial assistance and accept the Cal OES FEMA Hazard Mitigation Assistance Grant, DR 4683-AP 01077, for the performance period of July 1st, 2023 through July 17th, 2027. The recommended action is staff recommends the City Council, 1, the City Council approves the appropriation of funds in the amount of $209,870.50. 2, to approve Cal OES resolution and waive the full reading. And 3, to authorize city manager or designated staff to sign and submit all required documents necessary for the Cal OES grants. Item 23 is the award of contract to Atlas Planning Solutions for the local hazard mitigation plan update, acceptance of request for proposal RFP 2026-0001, and adoption of a resolution authorizing federal financial assistance and acceptance of the Cal OES FEMA Hazard Mitigation Assistance Grant, DR 4683 AP 01077. The recommended action is that the City Council, 1, award professional services agreement RFP 2026-0001 by Atlas Planning Solutions, and 2, to authorize the city manager to execute and consult services agreement with Atlas Planning Solutions for the amount of $111,852, includes the 20% contingency. Item 24 is the acceptance of professional services from Central Square Technologies, LLC, to migrate the Barstow Police Department's on-premises deployment to a cloud-hosted deployment. The recommended action is 1, to approve a 5-year agreement with Central Square Technologies, LLC, in the amount not to exceed $1,025,041.14 for cloud-hosted public safety software services, including migration, licensing, maintenance, and support. And 2, authorize the city manager or designee to execute the agreement and any necessary non-substantive documents. And 3, approve the associated budget appropriation. Item 25 is the acceptance of contract agreement with Centigex for WeTip anonymous crime reporting services. The recommended action is 1, to approve a 5-year agreement with Centigex WeTip in an amount not to exceed $17,699 to provide anonymous crime reporting services, and 2, to authorize the city manager or designee to execute the agreement and any non-substantive documents necessary to implement the agreement. That is the end of the consent calendar, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bring it to council for any questions on items 11 through 25. Seeing none, I'll call for a motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Noble, second by Councilmember Hernandez. Any discussion on item 11 through 25? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote.
And the motion on consent passes unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. We have no deferred items. With that, we'll move on to business action items. Number 26, resolution adopting a policy for procedures and addressing service disruptions or telephone or internet coverage of meetings of the City Council. The recommended action, adopt the proposed resolution 5308-2026 as required by Senate Bill 707, establishing a policy for technology disruptions impacting public participation during City Council meetings. City Manager, Mrs. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I will turn the presentation over to City Attorney Jared to provide the presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the action item before you tonight is to adopt a policy to deal with disruptions that may occur in the internet service for the city council meetings that need to be broadcast now in a two-way video or audio manner. In October of 2025, the state legislature passed SB 707. It amended a number of items in relation to the Brown Act. The one issue that's important for you tonight is that it requires that as of July 1, that your city council meetings be broadcast on a internet service in a two-way fashion so that members of the public can participate remotely and provide public comment. And as you saw tonight, several people did participate in that already. That can be done either through something like Zoom, and if it is done through Zoom, then there needs to be, as Zoom has, a telephone component to that where someone can actually dial in rather than just using the internet-based portion of that. Or you can do it through a speakerphone situation. So the city has adopted that method of public participation, and that requires also that you adopt a disruption policy, it's called. Now, this disruption policy is disruption of the service. It's not if somebody causes a ruckus here in the meeting room or causes problems online. This is when there's a disruption to your ability as a city to transmit out. Say the computer melts in the other room, or the cameras go on the fritz, or whatever the issue is. Then you have to, if you become aware of that as a city, you have to take a break and try and rectify that situation. And so the resolution before you adopts the policy that's before you, and this is our recommendation. You can adjust it in some ways. Now, there are components of it that are mandatory, but there might be some, if you have any issues and we want to talk about them, we certainly can. And what this basically requires is that if there is a disruption, that either the clerk's office or someone else can make the mayor aware of this disruption that has happened in the service. And that disruption would be something that occurs for longer than 2 minutes. So it wouldn't just be a blip. It would be something that occurs that causes your service to not be able to be broadcast. When that occurs, we're to then take a break. That is state mandated. You need to take a break. That break is, the default on that break is 1 hour, but if during that 1 hour period the service is returned, you can resume your meeting. If after an hour you have not, or staff has not rectified the situation, comes back to the council, the mayor can choose to bring a motion to continue with the meeting, that meaning that the meeting going on is required in light of the public participating remotely. So you would have to make that motion and make that finding that it's more important for the meeting to go on than those who are participating remotely, be able to continue to participate remotely. The other issue relating to that is we've added some language that if during that 1 hour break there is a lack of quorum for whatever reason, you come back and there's not enough members, that the council would then recess to and be set just like with any other meeting, that it be set by the secretary or the clerk to then move the meeting to a date certain. And so it's important to also to note that this policy only applies to, the law only applies to what are called eligible legislative bodies. You're an eligible legislative body because of being a city council in a county with more than 600,000 people. And there are other cities that are going to be eligible legislative bodies because they are a large enough city all on their own. There's going to be cities of your same size that are in other counties that are not eligible legislative bodies because their county is not as large as San Bernardino County. This does not apply to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission and other commissions of the city of Barstow are not required to be televised in this way or broadcast in this way. And so if there's any questions about the requirements of this disruption policy, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council for questions. I have one, Mr. Jared. The 1 hour, is that the state minimum required if we have a disruption, or is that set by the city?
So it's a state minimum, but it's worded oddly in the legislation. It's a default 1 hour unless you fix the problem. And so it's widely being publicized as if there's a break in your system, you got to wait an hour. It's not as simple as that, because if 15 minutes in we figure, oh, did you hit the reset button? Did you try the on-off button? As most IT people will tell you to do first, you do it, boom, it comes back up, you're good to go, and you can start again.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rose.
So thank you for this. Always in for the changes, right? Which is a good thing, but I just want to shout out to the IT because because you guys are going to be expected to be here. City managers are going to be expected to be here from the beginning of the meeting to the very end, correct? Yeah. So again, thank you for the additional staff that we have put on board.
Thank you, Councilor Rose. Councilor Hernandez, questions?
Let's say you can't come up in an hour.
That's right.
You can continue the meeting?
You can. What you have to do at that point, though, is acknowledge that you tried very hard as a city to make it work. It didn't work, and it gets reported in the minutes. There's a number of things we have to report. Where are those? We actually have a motion there. This is on page 546 of the agenda packet. You would have to, in open session, say, the City of Barstow has made a good faith effort to restore the telephonic or internet service in accordance with its adopted policy and is unable to address the cause of the interruption of service. The City Council finds that the public interest in proceeding with the business of the meeting outweighs the public interest in remote public access. You would then adopt that motion.
But I could argue that
and proceed.
motion.
You could argue against it, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Let's say we just had a consent calendar and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So you would need to justify, I would assume, right? Not just make that statement. But I just don't want, that, okay, this happens.
That's
and
right.
we do this without thinking it out and say, well, is it really necessary? So that's my concern, because then how are we keeping track, for the public to know what we discussed in that meeting? So we're going to be recording it, is my assumption, that they can then have access to that recording of that meeting?
So what the policy requires is, it's a disruption policy that
Right.
just requires that if you have that disruption, then you would come back after an hour. You would say, we can't resolve the technical issue, but the business is so important to take care of it, just like we've been taking care of business for the last 100 years in city council meetings that haven't been on Zoom. We're going to go ahead and proceed with the meeting. And to your point, yes, it would be recorded just like any other meeting is recorded.
Because, we've had blackouts.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
And, the policy in the report, it talks about what does it mean to be a disruption. So having a blackout at my house is not a disruption. Having a blackout on my block at home, not a disruption. Having a blackout in this building, that's a big problem. And so that would be a disruption.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez. Councilmember Rose.
So you mentioned, Mr. Jared, in regards to coming back, or
Yes.
can you repeat it, coming back and not having a quorum?
Correct.
So how could that happen other than, we're going to be potentially down for an hour and one of us leaves and doesn't come back?
Correct.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm politely referring to a situation where there might be 5 of you to start a meeting and people have to leave for one reason or another. Or you might have 3 people that start a meeting. You've got quorum. It's a perfectly legitimate meeting. We take this 1 hour break because of a technical issue, and during that break, someone has to leave, or someone does leave, and we break quorum. Quorum has been broken from time to time. We know that. And so what are we going to do in that situation? And so in drafting this, I saw that might be an issue. We should probably discuss how we're going to deal with that. And so it's just acknowledging that, like with any meeting, quorum can break. How is it going to be addressed while the people are online, are in the dark, so to speak, while the video is down? Then the video comes back up, and what happened here? There's only 2 people sitting at the dais. How are we going to deal with it? Well, those 2 people can't create a policy, right? So you're creating the policy right now in order to address that. You can go with the verbiage here. You can strike it if you want, but this is my best attempt at codifying what currently a practice would be, that you would have either the chair or the clerk announce when the meeting is going to be.
So my question is, the quorum is already, it's already spelled out in the Brown Act.
Correct.
So to have it here as well, we would just default to the Brown Act, lack of quorum. But it should be that, in my opinion, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that if we do go down and it's up to an hour, that we have an obligation, correct, as a council to remain here until we can determine whether we're going to continue the meeting and not, if we're not able to still come up with the video that gives the access to our residents. So maybe it should state in here that that council, that we should make every effort to remain here. Because it shouldn't be a green light, correct, for us to just like, oh, okay, I'm not going to wait an hour, I'm going to go home. So could we, we should consider saying, yes, we have an obligation and we should make every effort to be here, to remain here.
That's a policy decision, yeah. The only reason quorum loss is mentioned in here is to make sure that it's identified as that is something that could happen. How are you going to deal with it?
But that's already identified in the Brown Act. So we would default to that, correct?
This policy is spelling that out. In the event that quorum is lost during the recess period, the clerk will announce that fact and for reconvening the meeting and such time adjourning the meeting consistent with the Brown Act and city policies. So all it's saying is making sure that there is someone that is going to actually be able to make that announcement and set it to another time and place.
And the wording that you read a while ago is recommended wording, correct? Where it says the city of Barstow has made good faith.
Correct.
Does that have to be stated as such to be in compliance with that new law?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the paragraph that I read, that is something that, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Rose. See no more questions from council. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests from the public to speak?
Yes, I have one. Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. I've got a few questions for you. If you're home watching this and it goes off the air, who do you call to tell people that it's off the air? You have someone, a number or something that you call in and say, hey, in the past, I used to text my wife or call my wife, say, hey, you're on TV, but I can't hear what you're saying. What happened to the conversation? Why is it being canceled? Or when it's shown again on another day, you can be watching it and suddenly it goes off in the middle of the meeting. Or you go blank. You're talking, but nothing's coming through the TV. How do you deal with that? My next question is, people have a right to call in to voice their concerns. What do you do when people are calling in and don't live here and voicing their concerns? We had a lot of this in Big, people coming in talking, but they had no vested interest other than their personal. Not that it affects the community or the council. So how do you deal with that? When we had cannabis approved, we had an audience here and half the people didn't live here. And yet they influenced the council to legalize cannabis in Barstow. Is there a way that somebody calls in and you could see if it's not a 256 number, that it's not from Barstow? Do they have a right to speak on an item? And yet influence our council, which costs the public money when they're not a resident of our community? I have watched this for many, many years, people coming to the podium and people speaking out against things, and they don't live here. But yet they want to influence our council to vote a certain way to get what they want, and it costs the taxpayers money. And that's not right. How do you address those issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
I have no more comment.
With that, I'll bring it back to the council for questions only. Seeing none, I'll call for a motion. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Noble, second by Councilor Hernandez. We'll go to discussion. Any discussion? Councilmember Rose?
So Mr. Hernandez does bring up a good point. Who do we call? Or IT, can IT tell if this system is not working? Can IT tell that it's down?
We do monitor. We have staff here monitoring. So if there are any issues, they go and address it immediately as soon as they identify. So they're monitoring. We are streaming on YouTube now, so they are monitoring if anything comes up.
Can we hear from our IT expert over there?
Sure, I'd like to invite
I'm also going to recognize the city attorney for a legal opinion on that.
Yes, can we?
Certainly, if you wanted to speak with staff as well, but it's been my experience.
We've done it in past.
Yeah, it's been my experience that when we do introduce these new technologies, as the city manager explained, there's staff that monitors that feed, live feedback feed. And so that could be worked in, of having the Zoom feed right there. And when Zoom goes blank, one of us would then say, we got a problem, give the high sign to there's an issue. It's been my experience, and I've done probably, I'd say easily 200 meetings since Zoom became prevalent during COVID times. And it's been my experience that during COVID in particular, there would be, when there was some technical difficulties, someone would get texted pretty darn quick. It would be, either a staff member or a council member, and it would be brought to the attention like that. The speaker mentioned some issues of a technical nature that we only discover later. Those could be feedback or playback issues, which are very valid issues, but that's not what this policy is expressly designed to address. And so how do we monitor? That's how we would monitor and address those issues.
Thank you. City manager, would he able to speak?
Yes. Thank you.
So, yes, the IT department does monitor the feeds across all the different feeds that we're streaming to. We also have a local copy that's created here in case all feeds are cut. We would still be able to post up the feed the following day.
Thank you for that. I knew you were going to come up with the lingual because only IT has that lingual that we mostly can't understand, but you made it very easy to understand. So thank you for that. As far as, can people from out of town speak on speak? Absolutely. Absolutely. It happens all the time. A lot of us sitting in here may not even live in Barstow, but they have input of Barstow because they're vested in Barstow. But anybody can speak, and we cannot suppress that. So just to let people know that, yeah, if you come from Victorville, we're going to hear you. We're going to listen. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rose. I was going to address that too. First Amendment doesn't stop at the border. With the obligation to the quorum, we took that obligation when we swore in. That's to attend all meetings. And even if the meeting goes out of order, I'm sure we would all like to go home after we close this tonight, but we're going to go back into closed session, and we've never had an issue getting a quorum there. So I trust this council. However, the exception I see there is an outage, a disruption, could be citywide. Somebody may need to get home to take care of family emergencies at the home. So I could see an issue where that could be an issue, and we will explain it to the public. And then the policy's been set there, so I thank you. I see no more requests for discussion, so with that, I will call for the vote.
And the motion on item 26 passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank you. With that, we move on to item 27, Fulkerson Field naming to honor Barstow's first responders. The recommended action, it's recommended that the Barstow City Council adopt Resolution 5309-2026, naming Fulkerson's East Field as Barstow Police Field, name Fulkerson's West Field as Barstow Fire Protection District Field. Authorize the city manager or her designee to use up to $3,500 from the Planned Community Promotional Fund, account number 1005007-5055, to execute all necessary documents and agreements, purchase signage and installation materials, and plan a dedication event. Further, authorize allocation of staff resources and funds to organize a dedication ceremony for the fields, to be attended by the Barstow City Council and general public. City Manager, Mrs. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to introduce Assistant City Manager Chapa to provide this presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Clayton, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to present this next item regarding Fulkerson Park, the field renaming. So this goes back to a council direction that we received to review Barstow Municipal Code 12-20-110 regarding naming authority is from council, and then return with some naming options, and then bring those options to council for formal action. 12-20-110 provides some broad allowance for the council to name facilities, streets, parks, and other items in the city. It falls squarely on the council, and it's within its authority to exercise those directions. Tonight, we're presenting an option to take the newly refurbished Fulkerson Fields and rename the West Field Barstow Fire Protection District Field. I'm making sure I got my west and my east right. And then the East Field Barstow Police Field. This is a concept of the West Field and another concept of what the East Field will look like. And just to clarify, these signs, unfortunately, ChatGPT has a hard time taking directions sometimes. The signs are going to fit neatly within one of those square quadrants of the fence, if you will. I was having a little hard time with that. The signs are approximately 40 inches by 118 inches. Again, here's another look at the signs as well. Staff is requesting authority to spend up to $3,500 from the Community Benefits Fund to cover costs of the sign fabrication, labor, and planning for the dedication event. Before we get into the recommended action, I did want to make a note. During the process of this this research and getting this naming authority, it's getting this naming item in front of council, staff did discover that one of the fields was already named for a Barstow resident, a World War II veteran and Pearl Harbor survivor, Sam Nasario. This appears to have happened sometime in the mid to late 70s to early 80s. We can't locate an exact date. The naming was likely done when the park was under the old Parks District. Staff spent some time trying to uncover those records, and we were unable to uncover any formal resolution or its direction from the Parks District on that. We wanted to recognize that and provide that information to council before we get direction on this item. And with that, any questions?
Bring it to council for questions. Councilor Williams, questions, please.
Police chief, what would this mean to your department?
It would, excuse me, it would boost morale. Not that there's a morale problem, but it would boost morale that they're recognized by the city and the citizens, and I believe it would bring them to events at that park and at that field, and I think it would just bring everybody together.
Would you agree that it is an opportunity for a young student athlete to become a police officer?
Absolutely.
Fire chief, what would it do for your department?
I'll ditto Chief Kirby's sentiment. I think it'll boost our morale as well as bring competitiveness, like I stated before, against our police officers.
And the same question for the student athletes. Good recruiting opportunity to get young athletes.
Wholeheartedly.
Last question is: will you guys play each other on one of these fields?
We will win.
Absolutely, anytime.
All right.
Thank you, Councilman Williams. Councilmember Rose.
So how was the east and the west selected? Did you draw lots? Chief?
No, ma'am. We weren't involved, or I wasn't involved in which field, and to be honest, either field would be fine with the police department.
How about you, Chief?
Again, same sentiment as Chief Kirby.
You can't copycat.
We're just appreciative on the opportunity to be represented.
I like the idea. It would boost the morale, I think, citywide anyways, because we're starting to recognize our first responders in this form. But we did talk about honoring the fallen, because we have had fallen. And on that sign, I would like to see something on that same sign honoring some type of wording, honoring our fallen, because we have had some first responders, one is one too many, that have given their all. And I would like to see something on that sign, whether it's the name or in general honoring our fallen who gave their all. But we did talk about that, and lest we not forget. And we can see it every day that we're there. So do you have any sentiment on that? I'll start with you this time, Mr. Chief Cisneros.
No, I agree. I think we need to recognize all our firefighters and our police officers and first responders to have made the full commitment to committing their life of service to the community. I think this is a perfect example for us to take opportunity of that, whether it's placarding or whether it's guns and hoses tournaments in their memory, whatever it may be, just to remember them.
And what do you think about when it says, can we go back to the sign, please? Thank you. So honoring our first responders, what do you think about honoring our first responders, past, current, and future? Something in that response.
I think that could be open to discussion between, the executive team.
Because we have a lot of great chiefs that have retired. Some have passed, and so what do you think, Chief Kirby?
I agree that could be open to discussion. If everybody would knock on some wood, Barstow Police Department has not actually lost an officer in the line of duty. We have had some great chiefs, police officers, and everybody in between that have done great work here and then have unfortunately passed since, but there's never been an officer who passed directly as a result of an incident involving something on duty.
Correct, but they've been shot and injured.
Well, yes, we've had several shot and
yes.
injured.
Thank you. That's it. I just want the council to potentially consider honoring that.
Thank you, Councilman Rose. Seeing no more requests to speak from or questions from council. Madam Clerk, any requests to speak from public?
Yes, I have two First speaker is Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. On the item that Rose brought up was a good item, basically because we've had good police officers here many years and died. And it would be nice to remember, like Sonny Davis, who was here for many years as a chief. And Jim Bellamy was a fireman, was also here for many years and passed on. It would be nice to remember those that gave so we would do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ted Wiesma.
Welcome, Mr. Wiesma.
Thank you. Honoring our police and our firemen is a wonderful idea. I've got no problem with that at all. However, it was brought before this council, I thought by a council member, that Fogelson Field had been informally known as Dyer Field for the Dyer family that used to take care of it. And we have this other field that somebody else had been named for that field. So I think anything you do, you shouldn't disrespect previous people. So there should be at least some sort of signage recognizing previous names, whether they were formal or informal, because these were people of our community for a long, long time, and we should respect them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesma.
I have no more comment on this item.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council for questions. I'm going to start. City Manager, you and I had discussion regarding the veteran, and my understanding is that we're looking for the sign, and that was the snack bar, and that would be found and put back up or replaced. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And I had not heard of the field being named Dyer. Can we research that, or have we researched that?
We have not researched that. That I had not heard before, but we will look into that.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you, Mayor. And you brought up the same question I was going to bring up about my veteran and seeing if we could put up some type of signage or something to honor that individual, since it was brought up that we had a veteran it was named after. So if that's what we're looking to do, I'm all for it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Questions, Councilor Rose?
So the veteran, that park was officially named, is what I'm hearing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and no one, the park also known as from the Dyer family. I don't believe that was official, but I may be I may not be correct on that. So if it was officially done as well, we should research it, and we haven't researched that one, correct?
In the records we were able to locate, and they're scarce because we're looking back 40, 50, probably more years than that when the park district existed. We were able to see some newspaper clippings and the actual signage for Sam Nasario. That's how we were able to locate that. Somewhere along the line, somebody approved it being named Sam Nasario Field. We have not seen any evidence beyond that for any other naming. It doesn't mean it's not there. We just haven't seen anything. So we can continue to research it.
So on the Dyer family, could you consider, or hopefully we can consider reaching out to the Dyer family? I mean, they're easily found. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, because I guess the last thing, and I don't think any of us, and correct me if I'm wrong, none of us would like to rename something that's already been named, because that would be a very disrespectful thing.
Agreed.
And I do like the idea of naming the snack bar. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilmember Rose. Seeing no more questions, I'll call for a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Noble, second by Councilor Williams. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion on item 27 passes unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. With that, we move on to item 28, Route 66 project updates. Recommend action, receive report, update, and provide feedback to staff. City Manager, Mrs. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'd like to introduce Assistant City Manager Chapa, but before I do so, I just want to share that this Route 66 update will also incorporate the next 3 items. So 29, 30, and 31 are all related to this, but they are separate awards or approvals. So this will incorporate those, and then we'll proceed with the votes for them.
Did you want to
that,
present all 3 then at the same time?
we do have to vote on them separately, but they will just be
correct. But
incorporated.
are you going to present them one at a time and vote, or present all 3? We will vote separately.
The concept behind the PowerPoint was I was going to introduce all 3 items,
Okay.
and then we were going to hand it to Mr. Hildreth to discuss each one as needed.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, and Council. This is the Main Street, the Route 66 Main Street project update for July 21st. Just to modify, or just to recap the last meeting, staff presented a modified project scope to Council on July 7th. The original scope included resurfacing Main Street from 1st Avenue to 7th Avenue. Staff presented a modified scope to resurface Main Street from 1st Avenue to Barstow Road to adhere to the modified terms of the project. The original project estimate was about $1.28 million. The modified estimate is about $1 million. The original this project was primarily going to be funded by the by HUD transportation grant. Although the city still qualified for that grant, and we're still expecting to receive that grant, we will not be receiving the dollars from that until further on in the year, which is not going to meet our project timeline. So the modified project estimate now is $1 million. We're looking at about $600,000 for street improvements from Measure I, and about $400,000 up from the original $282,000 ask from the promotional community fund. We're already begun the purchasing for many of these items. We're using this as the community promotion fund for planners, intersection street graphics, benches, and shade. Those are all being ordered and fabricated as we speak. Over the next 3 items, we'll be talking about the award of some contracts relating to the Main Street rehab project between 1st Avenue and Barstow Road, the Pocket Park landscape project, and the Pocket Park parking lot improvement. That's a tough one. All informal bids were followed through the City of Barstow's purchasing policy, and they were the qualified contractors that were required on June 26, 2026. And the contractors provided submissions by the deadline of July 15th at 2 p.m. So the Pocket Park landscape improvement is going to involve some ADA compliant pathways, installation of those shade canopies that we saw on the previous slide that we already ordered, the new seating, the decorative retaining wall, the planters, landscape and irrigation, and the newly designed monument sign in the middle of the park. The Pocket Park parking lot improvement involves an asphalt pavement rehab, an installation of ADA compliant parking stalls, access aisles, pathways, and signage and striping. The idea is to bring the parking lot into compliance with applicable state accessibility guidelines. And then finally, the 1st Avenue to Barstow Road repaving project, which is going to be a 2-inch removal of the existing asphalt section, 2-inch replacement of the section of asphalt. It's a grind and overlay. Replacement of pavement marking and striping, and replacement of sewer manhole covers and traffic loop detector replacements. All awarded contracts are expected to begin within 30 days. And again, I'll turn this over to Mr. Hildreth here in a second. I did want to go back to the Pocket Park for a moment. One bit of feedback we are going to need to receive from council. Internally and informally, we've been referring to this as the Centennial Park. That's just an informal name we've been using for this project. Well, we already know there's already a Centennial Park in Barstow. It's the Rotary Centennial Park at the corner of Virginia and Barstow. So we don't want to duplicate that naming if possible. So we did want to receive feedback from council if there's a specific name you prefer that we name this park going forward. And with that, I have questions.
Okay. I thought we were going to Mr. Hildreth, or questions?
There are questions for the slide, and then we can move on to the it's a presentation from Mr. Hildreth. I don't know if council did have any thoughts on the naming of the park.
Okay. Councilor Hernandez.
I'm trying to figure out the parking. So, can you explain in regards to the pocket park as to where the parking actually is? Because, I mean, that's such a narrow strip. And there's a lot across by the donut that belongs to the city. So I was trying to figure out where exactly is the parking lot. Is it just a strip into the alley, or?
Yeah, so if you currently go down there right now, it's a blacktop that's there. It has a lot of dirt on it. That is where we will plan on installing the new parking lot. There's going to be some grading that needs to be done, and it will extend. It's not going to block the alley because we need to maintain the alley width, but you will access the parking lot off of the alley where it's kind of currently there, and then it's just going to be improved. So we do intend on putting. So if you look at the top of this drawing. Over on the right, you could see how there's going to be, so you see the parking stalls. Let me rephrase, it's actually reverse. So I know this picture is almost upside down, but the way drawings are, everything's north. So everything's pointed north. So if you look at the top of the screen, that is the alley. Now, if you look at the bottom of the screen, you could see the accessible parking stalls and where the accessible, the access aisles are. If you look at the middle one, for example, with the hashed out area, you can see 2 steps that come up. So there's going to be a wall that is going to be built across there to help us with the grade elevation. And so that's where it's actually going to come back into the park currently, and the parking stalls will be installed right there. And then the alley will be directly behind these parking stalls. So it does fit. There's actually a little bit more room there than what we think. But if you go down there, we could go down there and we can measure it out and show people. But yeah, we did have this surveyed, and we did have these plans drawn by our city engineer to make sure everything fits.
How many parking spaces will there actually be?
So currently, right there, as you could see, is where the ADA parking stall. That's going to be a van accessible stall. So that is considered 1, and then you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 stalls, and then there's a little bit of extra access off to the far right, as you can see, potentially for a motorcycle or something like that can be parked in that sliver parking lot or parking area.
Okay, it just seems, when you see it from the street, it looks.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see when it's actually built out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez. Councilmember Williams.
For suggestions of naming the park, I think it would be good to go out to the community and see what they thought. But, we can also call it Veterans Park. It's on the way to Fort Irwin, and it's on the on the way to the Marine Corps base, or even making sure it's Santa Fe. There's a couple of history there, but even Route 66. But I would think that would be a great idea to go out to the public and see what we can do.
Thank you, Councilmember Rose.
I had mentioned that he read my notes. I was just kidding, right? Because I was, the Barstow veterans, it could be maybe Stars and Stripes, Barstow Pride. Because, you see all our flags. My own son serves. There's some in this room that have served, our family members. So I really like the idea of something to do with our those in Barstow that have served, honoring somehow. I'm sure we can come up with something brilliant. And I like the idea of asking the community, but I don't know if we have enough time to ask and, go from there. But when you talk about the military and how much pride, these military men and women, they don't forget where they came from. They know where they came from. They know their grassroots, and a lot of them come back to give back to this community. So I really like that idea. So I have the same sentiment as Councilman Williams.
Thank you, Councilmember Rose. Councilmember Williams?
One more quick thing. As last time we were talking about some of the things we wanted to do, I do have at the football field up on Stringham Park, we have all of the names who served for the folks from Barstow, from all the wars. We could take that. It's a metal plate, paint behind it, and it's got pretty details of who served from our city.
We could always modify our landscaping plan for them. Like, the problem is timing. We're trying to get the park improved, obviously, before the Centennial and Main Street USA. But as you can see right here in this picture that Mr. Chapa put back up, you can kind of see where the parking lot's going to go, where I showed you the steps coming up. You're going to have that ramp. But right there, we could, on the other corner, we could always, do the landscaping the way it is, because we're planning on putting decomposed granite DG. We could always put all that in there, but then we could always look at adding something whenever we do get the additional funding. We could do a memorial wall, like it's been mentioned multiple times, to where we could do something in that kind of plain area, and we would just modify the landscaping to make that for a future improvement.
Councilor Williams, anything else? All right, thank you, Councilor Williams. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Williams when he talked about the quick survey of getting some folks out there. I think we got a tremendous IT team that can put a survey together for about 30 days, quick, hurry, something that can go out to the public, Channel 6, Facebook, all that good stuff. 30 days. Time frame. Get the results back, and then we sit down as a staff, figure out the best name for it. But I do like veterans. I do like that one.
Thank you, veteran Mayor Pro Tem Noble. And Councilmember Rose.
So within that survey, maybe we can give them like two of our top choices. Like, these are our recommendations. You have another recommendation. And let's not forget our Gold Star mothers. We still have one living, Miss Griego in Barstow, but we had Miss Lemos. I can name a few others. I believe it was Miss Size. There's been quite a few Gold Star mothers, and as we progress with this park, we could start making little plaques that speak volumes on the veterans that gave all, and the mothers who have suffered a lifetime of the loss of their child. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rose. Councilmember Williams.
And let's not forget the wives. We have one out in the audience today that is a Gold Star for wives and stuff. So, I agree with Councilman Rose. It's important to recognize everyone, and I think it's a great idea.
Thank you, Councilman Williams. One question here. So when I go to events there now, they managed to get 2 rows of parking in that dirt lot. That's not, in reality, possible. It's just they've squeezed it in. Is that correct?
Yes. So there'll be 1 row, as you can see right there in the dotted lines, that you can see where the wall is going to go, but then you could also see where the parking stalls are going to finish.
Right.
And then you're still going to have a little bit of a pathway, theoretically, before you get to the alley, so that people can back out safely and get into the alley.
Because we've managed, to where they've parked 2 rows and everyone's been able to get in and out, but when we have to do it legally, the measurements don't work, correct? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rose?
The mayor did bring up a valid point on the parking, but alternatively, when there is an event, we have the like behind the McCotter Mall, we have all that parking, and we could utilize that as well, correct? And
Yeah.
have signage that,
Yeah, we actually own the parking lot behind Mercado Mall. The city does. The city also owns the parking lot on 2nd Street right next to Clemmer Services, between Clemmer and the church. Also behind Oliver, where the Village Cafe, all that, the city owns all that parking lot as well. So I think it would be just a little bit, if we were to have an event, we would just advertise a little bit better, I guess, and highlight our parking lots to direct people where to park.
thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rose. That's all I have requests from council. Was there any from the public?
Yes, Mr. Hernandez?
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. I have a question for you. You're proposing to borrow money from Measure I and another unit. When you receive the funding, will it go back to where it came from, or will it go some other place? In other words, you're taking money out of Measure I to do the project, and another, what I don't remember what the second source of funding was, waiting on the grant money. And when the grant money comes back, will it go back to where it was taken out of? That's what I want to know. I don't want to see Measure I money taken out like it was for the bridge, and we don't know where it went, the $5 million. We're still waiting to find out. Hopefully someday we will. But if you're going to build a memorial park, don't we have those 2 vacant lots next to the donut shop that belongs to the city? Why couldn't they be used if you're ever going to put in anything for a memorial park for our veterans? It would be a good place to do it. And we already own it. And it's already been pretty well leveled. Another thing, what I want to know is the parking lot that's next to the little park. There's 2 businesses in there that are currently using some of that parking. So if you have 8 parking spaces, and if the restaurant or the bar is open, whatever it is, and they can't park in the street, they'll park in the lot. Where do we have parking? You're depending on 8 parking spaces to supply 2 businesses and whoever goes to the park. I'm just curious. Seems like you need more than that parking in what you're providing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
We have no more comment.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council. Did staff want to address the questions from the public regarding Measure I and parking?
Yeah, I can take that one. So Measure I, we cannot spend Measure I on the park, and we can't spend Measure I on the parking lot. Measure I will only be spent on the Main Street project. The other fund that was referred to as the Community Benefit Promotional Fund, that fund will be the one that's funding the park and then the parking lot as well. Now, whenever we do get the measure or the HUD money, the Obernolte funds that we were awarded, that money will not be allowed to replenish Measure I of what we are going to spend. However, we will be able to utilize that money to make additional improvements and continue on Route 66 if council wants to, or make median improvements, additional things to the park. That's up to council to make that determination when that money comes.
Thank you. Councilmember Williams.
Promotional fund, how much is in it?
Our last, and I'll look at the finance director, I believe we're at about $1 million. The community benefit fund, I'm sorry. So it's about $1 million.
And that will be replaced back with the money we get back for the park? So that benefit money is gone.
So that benefit, it's the community benefit money that's funded by the cannabis operations.
We got a problem. Go ahead.
That particular money we spent. the grant that we're receiving from HUD, or the appropriation from HUD, that's only for new projects beyond that. So it's new projects tied to Route 66. So street improvements, general beautification of Route 66.
So the cannabis fund is where all that money is sitting that we've been sitting on for a while, correct?
Yes, sir.
This community's been looking at a splash pad as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that going to affect the ability to put a splash pad in our city with?
Based on our estimates, and I'll yield to Mr. Heldreth if he wishes. We did some math on this. We should be fine for both projects.
Yeah, so we reached out to splash pad installers, so to speak, contractors that can do that type of work, and we did receive 3 different prices for 3 different types of options that we could do, and where we were wanting to utilize to stretch the dollar as far as we could. So we are very confident that we'll be able to do this park project and all of that, plus the splash pad. And we believe there's still money, depending on how elaborate we go with the splash pad, because you could spend millions on that. But with the designs that we had and the footprint that we were looking at, the prices that we got are a couple $100,000.
You know, let me just say this to the public, and I think Councilman Rose said it earlier. What a hell of a staff we got. Well, I got to tell you, I'm amazed all the time with the ability that you guys are doing, and you're ahead of the game. I've got to tell you, mad respect for you guys, and I appreciate the hard work. Our city manager, our assistant city manager, and everybody in management that is ahead of the game. Because I thought I had you, but I guess I got egg on my face. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Rose.
So yeah, we've been sitting on this money for a while, but I want to give a shout out to, I hope you're listening to Miss Tiffany Wilhoit, because she's the one that brought up the splash pad. She's the one that's been pushing her and her husband's company have been contributing to this fund for many years, and she's had some great ideas. She's fought hard for this, and she's very profound in where she believes that this money should have gone. A lot of that money is theirs, that they gave to us because they have a business in Barstow. So I want to give a shout out to her. Let us not forget that she was, one of the pushing business owners here that is vested in Barstow, and these things are coming to fruition. So Tiffany, if you're hearing this tonight, if you have any other ideas, give us a call. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rose. I see no more requests to speak from council. This was a provide feedback to staff. Staff, do you feel you've received enough? Do you have questions of council?
Yes, sir. The general naming was very helpful, and I believe the general consensus was to deliver a few names that were on the lines of Route 66 veterans and along that line, and send it out to the public for a poll. If I'm correct.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 29. Now, if I understand correctly, you are going to present 29, 30, and 31 together?
They will be separate. I just wanted to call out that they're all related to Route 66, and that's why we coupled them. Some of these would have been
one at a time.
Yes, and that'll
Okay.
be Director Heldreth providing that presentation.
Then we'll move on to item 29. Thank you. Rejection of informal bids and authorization to advertise bids for Main Street Rehabilitation Project, First Avenue to Barstow Road Project, project number ENCD-26-0042. Recommended action, staff recommends that City Council take the following actions. Number 1, reject all informal bids received for the Main Street Rehabilitation First Avenue to Barstow Road Project, project number ENCD-26-0042. Authorize the advertisement for the formal bid of Main Street Rehabilitation First Avenue to Barstow Road Project, project number ENCD-26-0042 per the tentative bid schedule, and establish a bid authorization date of July 21st, 2026 in order for the project to remain active. City Manager, Mrs. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'd like to introduce Community Development Director Hildreth to provide the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor and council, the item you have before you tonight as discussed, is the request to reject all informal bids, and the request is to ask council to go out for authorized formal bidding. On June 26th, we solicited as an informal bid for Main Street Rehabilitation Project. The project was the portion of East Main Street between First Avenue and Barstow Road. The bid deadline was on Wednesday, July 15th, and we received 3 bid proposals. Although the engineer's estimate for the project dictated that an informal bid process could occur, the pricing did come in above our threshold of $220,000. So for this reason, it is necessary to reject all informal bidders and request authorization from City Council to re-advertise the project under the formal bid process. I know timelines are in question, and as you can see in the agenda item, if it is authorized tonight, we would be formally advertising it tomorrow, June 22nd. And as you can see in that breakdown, we would like to do the advertisement from June 22nd to August 6th, and we would then like to try to award the contract at the August 18th meeting. We have spoke to multiple contractors that bid on the project. They're confident that they can achieve the scope within our time frame to be completed by the end of September, first week of October, so that we can be completed for the Main Street USA project or event along with our centennial event in November. So with that concludes my presentation, and I'm able to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll bring it to the council for questions of staff. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Hey, will this prevent any modification or beautification of the city if we wait, if we do the bid and it comes in around the first week of October timeframe, which is really cutting it close to 9 and 10?
We're confident that, full disclosure is that we will be asking during the award. We've also spoke to the contractors that there will be some necessary things from the city to be able to accomplish this. For example, we're going to have to work with whichever contractor that is selected that wins the bid to look at doing a closure of Main Street for the grind and overlay process. Now, we're not talking a week. It's not like they will be able to complete the grind, which is a 2-inch grind of the current road, and then put an overlay, which is the cap layer, on top of the base that will be left. They will be able to complete that in a couple days. The issue is that if, and we would work on, only closing one side potentially, depending on what the contractor asks. During our acceptance of the bid, we will be also, the same item, we will be asking for road closure time frames, and we'll give you guys a window. We will do all the advertising for that as well, but we will have to work with the contractors on closing some of the Main Street during the construction in order to hit the timelines. If we don't do that, then they cannot guarantee the timelines to be able to be completed by the October. We're asking to be done by the last week of September so that we have a little bit of buffer in order to get it completed for the event on the USA, the Main Street USA. The issue is that it's not really the paving. The paving is actually going to be relatively quick. The issue is the striping. You have to wait approximately 7 to 10 days after you put pavement down in order to stripe. The reason why is the oils in the road bleed through and they'll discolor the paint. So that's why, like Virginia Way, Gray Street, all those, there's no striping down because it will bleed through the paint, and then you have to restripe it. So we're confident that we can hit the deadline as long as we work with the contractors, and I believe that that's council's direction is to do that when that time comes.
Yeah, thank you for that, and it doesn't impact any other agencies or any other projects that will prevent them from pushing on with the beautification, getting ready for the ceremony.
Correct. We should be able to hit the timelines on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Seeing no more requests or questions from council, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I have one. Mr. Mike Hernandez.
Welcome, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. The project's going now from First Street to Barstow Road, not First Street to 7th Street. Is that correct? Just wanted to clarify that first. Now, from First Street to Barstow Road, a lot of the curb and gutter has been destroyed. Is that all going to be replaced? And can you replace it within the time frame? Those sections where the cars park in and park out, they got them all broken out and everything else. So do you have to tear that all out and replace it all? And can it be replaced in the time frame that you need it done? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
I have no more comment.
Thank you. Bring it back to council. I want to ask that staff please answer the questions from Mr. Hernandez.
So there will be some additional improvements made along that route. The reason why we did not include that in the initial informal bidding was because we were trying to keep it underneath the $220,000 informal bid. Now that we're already over that that $220,000 threshold and are going through the process of the formal bidding, that some of those items will be included. We don't have to tear out all the part, like where the cars park in order to do the curb. There's ways to make that work to where we can just do some of the curbing where it's basically folded over, where it's pulled away. So the way you do that is you dow into the existing concrete, you cut the pieces out, you dow into it, and you epoxy that back, and you use the steel inside to hold the new curbing that gets placed in there. So we are looking at adding some of that into our current project.
Thank you. With that, I see no more questions from council. I'll call for a motion.
I so move.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Noble, second by Councilor Hernandez. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion on item 29 passes unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item 30, award of contract for Centennial Park Landscape Improvement Projects, City of Barstow project number BGRD-26-0038. Recommended action. City staff recommends that City Council the following. Number 1, award the construction of contract to Comex Construction, Inc., the lowest responsible bidder. Number 2, authorize the city manager or her designee the authority to sign the construction contract and any related documents associated with the project. Number 3, approve and appropriate a construction budget in the amount of $197,436 to expenditure account number 1005007-5831. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Before I turn this over to Mr. Hildreth, I just want to call out that this is what Mr. Chapa was referring to earlier. This has been informally referred to as the Centennial Park, even though this is not the Centennial Park that's on Barstow, but the park that will be named. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hildreth.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor and council, the item you have before you is the contract award for, as what we're calling is the Park Landscape Improvement Project. Staff solicited informal bids for the Centennial Park Landscape Improvement Project in accordance with the City of Barstow's contract and purchasing policy. The project was advertised and qualified contractors as required on June 26th, and we received 3 bids by the deadline of June 15th at 2 p.m. The bids were received and reviewed for completeness, and contractor qualifications. The lowest bid was received and rejected due to an incomplete bid submittal. The next apparent lowest responsive and responsible bidder was Cormex Construction, and that's why you have Cormex Construction as being our recommended contractor to award to tonight. And with that, I will take any questions or comments.
I'll bring it back to council for questions of staff. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak from public?
We have no comment.
Bring it back to council. Still no questions. I'll call for a motion in a second.
I so approve.
I have a motion by Councilor Hernandez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion for item 30 passes unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. Item 31, award of contract for Centennial Park Parking Lot Improvement Project, City of Barstow project number ENCD-26-0038. Recommended action. Staff recommends to City Council the following. Number 1, award the construction contract to Prestige Paving Company, the lowest responsible bidder. Number 2, authorize the city manager or her designee the authority to sign the construction contract and any related documents associated with the project. And number 3, approve and appropriate a construction budget in the amount of $62,359 to expenditure account number 1005007-5831. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Mr. Hildreth to provide this presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, Council, the parking lot located at the corner of First Avenue and Route 66, commonly known as East Main Street, requires upgrades to the existing parking lot to be compliant with current American with Disabilities Act guidelines. The project is intended to improve accessibility, safety, and functionally, while also enhancing the overall appearance of the area. The project includes asphalt pavement rehabilitation and the installation of ADA parking stalls, access aisles and pathways, signage, and striping. These improvements fulfill the significant need to bring this parking lot into compliance with applicable state and accessibility guidelines. Completion of this project will provide a safer, durable, and fully accessible parking lot facility that will better serve our residents and provide safe area for visitors who wish to explore the historic Route 66. As you can see in the staff report, we had multiple people bid on this project. The bids were also reviewed for completeness and contractor qualification, and the apparent lowest bidder was Prestige Paving Company Incorporated for $62,359. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hildreth. Questions from council? Seeing none, City Clerk.
I have no comment.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council. Seeing no questions, I'll call for a motion. So moved. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Noble, second by Councilmember Hernandez. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote.
And the motion for item 31 passes unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you. Number 32, citywide accomplishments for fiscal year 2025-26 and council goals and priorities for fiscal year 2026-27. Recommend action, receive and file the fiscal year 2025-26 accomplishments report and provide direction regarding the proposed city council goals and priorities for fiscal year 2026-27. City Manager, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The citywide accomplishments is a great list of accomplishments that we have from each department. This presentation is going to highlight just some of we had several pages of accomplishments in the agenda, and it really highlights the hard work that our teams have worked on this past fiscal year. So with that, I'll just go forward with a few of the highlights. Each of the divisions, administrative services, city clerk, community development, finance, public safety, police and fire, engineering, public works, and wastewater. And then at the end of the accomplishments, we will go over the council goals and priorities for this current fiscal year, 26-27. A few in human resources, we updated policies to streamline procedures and create efficiencies. The most notable that's been impactful just over the past 6 weeks that it's been in effect is NeoGov. That is the governmentjobs.com online platform for our recruitments that gives us a far reach. And we've seen significant increase in our applications and going through the process of recruitment. Improved risk management and employee support and leadership. For information technology, we've identified $200,000 in approximately contract savings, 15 major technology projects managed. A huge accomplishment is the migration to the 365 platform for Microsoft. We have been on a 2016 platform for quite some time, so didn't have access to Teams or any of the other most used online meeting platforms that other agencies use. So that's been a great accomplishment by IT, coupled with a lot of painful transition during these, but it's been well worth it. The reliable communications, significant improvements in cybersecurity and infrastructure. Many of the Wi-Fi upgrades we didn't have Wi-Fi across all of City Hall when I started, so that has been a huge accomplishment. So a lot of great things happening with our IT department. The city clerk's office has managed 68 public meetings. They have implemented the public records, electronic public records request system, and expanded it to police and fire. The election support for this past primary and the upcoming election, records management. They have moved forward with the first comprehensive records retention schedule since 2010. And most notably in a heavy lift is completed really the heavy lifting for the city's new agenda management software. We have not fully implemented yet, but it has all of the primary work. The heavy lifting has been done this past fiscal year. The city's manager's office has identified $120,000 in contract savings annual, a big accomplishment. The big project, the Barstow International Gateway Support Project, and working with all of our agency partners, the attorney teams, the project developer, that has taken a lot of effort this year and a great accomplishment citywide with all of the resources. Implemented some security enhancements, and that includes our security program throughout the city to assist with parks, security at the Harvey House, economic development side of the house. The assistant city manager negotiated a no-cost MOU for film permitting management, meaning this company manages our film permitting for us at no cost. And the community engagement highlights of overseeing the CIF Championship Parade, Jeff L. Eason Senior Center dedication, and the inaugural Cinco de Mayo event. And just some regional representation. We have a lot of regional partnerships, SBCTA, county partnerships. But beyond that, we have worked closely with our cemetery district, coupled with partnership with the county and some private investors. There we are currently underway with the beautification project for the cemetery district, where our team is project managing as an in-kind support from council, coupled with the county and city partnership on the funding for the curbing project. And regional partnerships, as presented earlier. Unfortunately, Chief English wasn't here to present, but we have a lot of he is working specifically with a lot of local organizations and the Homeless Action Committee to partner in a lot of the efforts. One great effort has been the contract that we did award last fiscal year, but we're kicking off this fiscal year, the home base project to coordinate our homeless strategic plan, coupled with, piggybacking off, I should say, county just completed theirs in June. We actually just had our kickoff meeting yesterday, but that contract was implemented last year. Recreation and community events, we have 967 class participants in the recreation events, 378 youth sports participants, 326 community race registrants, 202 aquatics participants, and 119 space camp participants. 56 adult sports teams supported. There has been a lot of effort and projects and programs in the recreation division, free community events, our fireworks, Halloween, Christmas tree lighting, again, the Cinco de Mayo and the Easter Fest. A lot of effort goes into those programs, and we're looking to expand that more in the future. Our planning department, going back to the Barstow National Gateway, big specific plan, zoning amendments, and the general plan update. This project has been underway for the past 5 years, but this last year was the heaviest lift of the project. It included a lot of coordination across all departments, but community development and planning played a significant and integral role in that project and approval. This outlines the town hall. This is just the most recent. There were several over the past years, and then the awards the hearings through the final hearings and project approval. We've also, in addition to that, have kept up with our regular processing, 175 plan reviews, approximately 156 temporary use permits and event permits, 34 address assignments, and 19 conditional use permit applications. On the building, fire prevention and code, 466 permits issued, 3,285 inspections performed, 1,525 code cases closed, 807 rental cases closed, 20 certificates of occupancy, and 71 illegal dumping and homeless encampment cases. The finance department, they have completed the most significant project of the year, I feel. It's the most impactful both for us internally, for internal operations, but it's also going to improve our transparency, I'll say, with the public. We're going to have a better reporting tool and better access to provide reports to the public, and that's our Tyler conversion from our previous Eden program to the ERP. We just went live July 1st, and that has taken a significant amount of time from our finance, not only finance, IT, and all departments, but most notably in finance. And while going through that process, still maintained all of the other operations, audits and budgets, utility billing, and with that, 3,658 checks processed, 194 wires, and 7,114 customers served with solid waste and wastewater. The Barstow Fire Protection District, 7,429 emergency incidents responded to, and the strategic planning for equipment going forward, as well as our training and resilience and fiscal stewardship efforts. The Barstow Police Department, 37,864 calls for service, 1,817 arrests made, 253 firearms recovered, and 190 pounds of controlled substance seized. There's a lot of effort that goes into the administration of the police department, our dispatch and records. Those are, that is the bones of getting the calls out to our officers and providing that emergency response. Police response, but emergency and police. With dispatch, they cover both police and fire. It's a great effort of our dispatchers supporting all of our public safety services. Our engineering department, we've gotten $2 million in project funding secured, estimated $2 million in city savings. The intersection project scheduled, that's the signaling effort. That will be a great accomplishment in this fiscal year. The CDBG and Measure Q facility funding advanced. Cora Harper HVAC improvements was a major project. It was a painful one, closing down to the public, but it is definitely going to serve our public better with the improvements, including, and then also the street rehabilitation project, a great accomplishment to get the funding approved for the streets. I know it's painful right now going through the traffic challenges, but it is beautifying our and making our streets more safe. Our bridges and traffic signals. And again, going back to facility and the cemetery improvements, this department is supporting the oversight of the project management for cemetery improvements. Public Works, our streets, parks, facility, and fleet support, 105 tons of pothole repair material used, 38,250 pounds of crack seal applied, 166 street signs replaced and updated and installed, and 1,100 fleet service fleet services and repairs completed. On our wastewater side, we have 765 million gallons of treated water during 2025, 3,925 dig alert tickets, 847 dry metric tons of biosolids treated and disposed, and 2,050 preventative work orders completed. The recognition and certifications, I would like to call out Jared Walker, named as the Mechanic of the Year. Great accomplishment, and all operators became NASSCO, I don't want to abbreviate it, inspection certified, and staff achieved multiple grade 1 and grade 2 certifications. Moving on to council goals and priorities. In April, we did have a workshop with council to identify the short-term fiscal year 26-27 goals and priorities. We are moving forward and just kicked off a contract for a longer 5-year strategic plan that we'll be coming back to council with and setting up workshops and so forth. So this is just confined to the current fiscal year. The economic and community development to strengthen Barstow's economy by attracting new investment, creating employment opportunities, and supporting local businesses. Most notably, the request is to develop streamlined permit and development approval process for qualified warehousing, distribution, manufacturing, and trucking projects, which is in alignment with the larger project that was just approved. This has been underway, our permitting process. We're also going through another system conversion, which we have been over the past year. A lot of the heavy lifting done this past year, but we're still continuing. We are, I believe it's 2027 that we will go live with that. So we will continue working hard on that system conversion through the end of this calendar year and kicking that off. That will streamline that within this fiscal year. Downtown and Main Street revitalization, we've talked a lot about that as it relates to Route 66, but we are making it a priority per council direction to partner and pursue the SBCTA state and federal and as many grant funding opportunities as we can. The infrastructure improvements, identifying and prioritizing the infrastructure projects. Of course, as we just discussed, continuing the improvements along Main Street and Route 66 and pursue additional funding. Housing and homelessness, to develop the Barstow-specific homelessness strategic plan aligned with the County of San Bernardino's plan. As I just mentioned, we did kick off. We had our kickoff meeting yesterday. We mapped out our processes through the end of, or through the whole plan, which will go through November with a final report that should be concluded and presented to council at the December 1st meeting. Parks and community facilities, to provide safe, accessible, and well-maintained parks, recreation areas, youth sports fields, and community buildings. We are moving towards repair and improvement of our parks, sports fields, and community facilities. Right now, most notably working on the pocket park that is related to Route 66 and exploring other opportunities to include pocket parks in new development projects upcoming. Public safety and emergency preparedness. We will be, one of the priorities was our EOC, and we will be working to update our current EOC and local hazard mitigation plan and develop more training across both city staff and council for EOC preparedness. Community identity and special events to celebrate Barstow's history, strengthen community pride, and increase regional visibility. Again, we are working on a lot of the beautification for the Route 66 festivities, but we did just reach a milestone. It was last fiscal year, but we will be celebrating this fiscal year, and that was on May 23rd. Barstow Fire Protection District celebrated its 100th anniversary, and we will have that open house in October. With that, this was a receive and file, but I would like to ask for comments as to the council goals and priorities and see if that was comprehensive enough or if there is anything else that you would like to include in the 26-27 goals and priorities for council. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mrs. Clayton. Being a receive and file and requiring no action, I'll bring it back to council for questions and or comments. Councilmember Williams.
Could we go back to the road slide again with the tonnage for potholes? When you say 105 tons, that's just the material to fill those potholes, correct? What would you say the estimate of potholes that you repaired versus that tonnage? Because I got a number that shocked the heck out of me. Thousands, but more than, I mean, we're talking 8,000, 9,000 in that area? Okay. All right. And got to get a picture of this real quick because I got to send this to Apple Valley, so don't get all mad at me. But I appreciate what you guys are doing, and I got to tell you, right now in the high desert, we are killing it as far as roads, and it's unbelievable what this council has done in such short time. So to the staff and everybody else, I want to thank you so much because those potholes, would you say this is the most potholes we've ever done within a given year?
I would say so, yes.
I want to thank my action committee out there for reporting all those potholes.
Thank you, Councilor Williams. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. I am so proud of everything that I've just heard and read through. We are a small town, but we have done a whole lot, and I just can't believe all the stuff that has been done over these last few years of trying to get Barstow on the map. I think we're on the map. And I think we're leading the way when it comes to everything that has been done and continue to be done in this city. I think the citizens of Barstow are proud. I mean, this is unbelievable. I mean, I look at the number of calls, I look at the number of things that are happening within the city, and everything that you have listed, and you know, just going through some of the goal settings that we have set, you've hit the mark. I think you're on track to succeed. Everything that we have asked you to do as a city manager, as a staff, I am very, very proud to call Barstow home because of everything that I'm seeing and hearing that this city is doing. And you should be able to pat yourself on the back for a job well done. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Councilmember Rose.
Well, I want to thank each department that put together these individual reports because it was a collective effort. Every department head or director, whichever it may be, you guys put a lot of work into what you do every day. I do have a question on human resources. Improved risk management, strengthening, it says, it's hard to read it on this paper. Can you go back to the human resources slide, please? Strengthened claim management through monthly carrier reviews and an accident review board. Can you tell me about the accident review board?
Sure. When there is an accident, a city employee-related accident, we have an accident review board that reviews what the occurrence was, what could have been done differently, and then moving forward with a corrective action plan if needed for any future changes that might result in that. That's something that has not been done here before, that I'm aware of, that I could see in related to human resources when I came on. And Kim Turner has implemented that once she began and started analyzing the internal processes so that we could improve the risk management and claim losses, not just employee related, but across the board, just reviewing all of the claims.
So is it fair to say that the correction action that may be warranted, it could be on an employee potentially doing something they know wasn't safe, and that could be a corrective action, but it can also be on the city for not training them properly, correct?
Correct. It could be across the board, yes. And we have implemented a lot of training programs with that as well.
Okay, so we have increased training programs.
Correct.
Wonderful. And then can you also tell me about employee support and leadership, the strengthening of workman compensation management? Can you tell me a little more about that?
You know, I would like to turn it over to Kim to provide more information
Not
on
here.
that, and she is enjoying a vacation this week, but I can get more information on that and bring it back to you.
Well, in your experience, what would you think that workman's compensation management would be about?
That would be looking at our internal practices and making sure that we as a city are supporting a safe working environment and also safe working practices.
And that would be looking at additional policies or any policies that are outdated to make sure that they're up to date. Any type of new trainings that you're aware of?
Yes, there have been new trainings. I know there are either 8 or 9 policies that have been updated by Ms. Turner.
And who are we working with in regards to workman's compensation workman's compensation, the ergonomics? Who do we work with this?
We have Permit as our insurance carrier, as our support for that, and then we have a separate carrier for actual workers' comp, coupled with teaming with our attorneys.
So do we also, can an employee just say, hey, I need an ergo assessment, and we put that on our on the calendar?
Yes, and it's not just as simple as putting it on the calendar, it's scheduling it.
Correct.
But yes, correct.
Scheduling it and then following up and making sure. And do we have a budget for ergo, like chairs and all of that stuff, that if an employee, if Permis says, hey, this employee needs a shorter chair, a bigger chair, or the desk needs to be higher, do we have a budget for all of that?
Oh, she's watching the meeting. So Athens is who we partner with, and yes, we do.
Perfect, thank you. And then can you go to the city manager's office slide, please? So there's a lot of community engagements that are listed. What'd you think of the Cinco de Mayo event?
I did not get to attend the Cinco de Mayo event, but I was told that it was a great event, and I know that it was the first one. We didn't have a lot of time for planning, but we're also already looking to expand it for next year.
I would love to see a fiestas. Because we have all over northern New Mexico, not even northern, just New Mexico in general, they have fiestas, Santa Fe fiestas, and all the way Albuquerque fiestas. And it would be great to have Barstow fiestas, so that we can celebrate how Barstow became the city, because a lot of people migrated from New Mexico, and I don't want to lose that. And as far as the Harvey House improvements to increase lease tenants, can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure.
Exciting.
I know the largest improvement that has been well received is the security. So we've implemented security from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. so that we can increase tenants. We are looking at additional tenants that are very interested in coming. They were just concerned with it used to have security years ago, and now that they are in place again, that's one piece. We're moving to improve some internal functionality, such as a PA system for use of the large room The acoustics are older. Of course, it's a historic building, so we're looking towards making more improvements. But that was the kickoff was getting that security contract in place.
Wonderful. And one of the concerns that I have had for a while, and I've mentioned it in past, probably before you, is that when there's a city event at the Harvey House, it's nice to have security because there has been history of children playing on the train tracks. And we need to, keep an eye on that when we do have the city events, because it happens more than we would like to know.
Yes, I've seen it firsthand.
Yep.
Yes.
So thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rose. And I may have missed it because I was trying to watch the paper slide here in case I wanted to make a note. But improvements I've seen that we brought up when we first got elected, the parkways, the center dividers, you brought in the contract. I drive down Rimrock now. I don't see the overgrowth that we saw every year. I hope the citizens are appreciating that. The grass at the parks getting 6-8 inches tall. Thank you, your staff. Thank you if they're watching. Thank you, because I don't see that anymore. And I go up and down Barstow Road every day at Dana Park. You don't see that anymore. That everyone is really doing a great job from what this council has requested. So please thank them. And I was going to bring up the Harvey House. Now also, we approved the contract for the, not just security, but the cameras. Has that been completed?
The camera system, I believe they were scheduled to do the walkthrough this week for the Harvey House, and
Okay.
they're on the last, I think the last 4 installations of phase 1 before we move on to phase 2.
Okay. And these are part of the system that feeds to the PD. So is that correct?
That's correct.
So dispatch is watching, which is also a safety thing for your officers if dispatch can communicate which way activity is going, possible illegal activity. So I think it's important that the public know this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I thought I saw somebody. Did I ask for public comment yet? I can't remember, Madam Clerk. Okay, public comment?
I have none.
All right. With that, we'll bring it back to council. Did anybody else have anything else? All right, then that finishes, I crossed out the number, 32. And we'll move on to our public safety update and our police chief, Mr. Kirby, you're up this week.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and community. Okay. We're just waiting on the slideshow. So I'll go over the normal statistical data that I share with the council and the community. Calls for service for the month of June were 2,435. That resulted in 332 police reports and 72 cases submitted to the district attorney's office. Your department also wrote 34 traffic citations. We made 52 felony adult arrests, 71 misdemeanor adult arrests, 9 felony juvenile arrests, and 3 misdemeanor juvenile arrests for a total of 135 arrests for the month of June. A couple of events. On June 2nd, the department staff met with a representative from the Partners Against Violence. Partners Against Violence is a nonprofit organization that provides support to survivors of sexual assault and violent crimes. We discussed how we can work together and support each other. Then on June 10th, the department staff met with other area leaders to discuss current issues and events at the monthly San Bernardino County Coffee and Conversation meeting. And then on the 26th, department staff met with other local police and fire agencies during the High Desert Public Safety meeting that's held at the Marine Corps Logistics Base. A couple events we have coming up that I would like to invite the council, staff, and community to is we have a blood drive on Wednesday, July 29th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here in the council chambers. And then we also have a National Night Out, which I think has been mentioned a couple times tonight. That's August 4th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. And then one other thing I have is we posted, and I believe the city also posted information on the curfew law. That's a current law within the municipal code. It's not a new law. There seemed to be some confusion online with some of the comments that were being made, and it just addresses people 18 and under and the hours. They can't be unaccompanied by an adult unless it's an emergency. There's a few exceptions between 10 p.m. and daylight hours. And then there's also a caveat to that where if they're in school during a school day, they can't be outside of school on their own, just wandering. So that's nothing new. It was just a reminder. One of the reasons I did that was because of the uptick in juvenile crime that you saw during the statistical data that I reported.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the council. Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Williams.
Chief, would you say that youth crime is on the rise?
I think generally crime is actually decreasing. I will say during the summer months, it's definitely increasing with the juveniles.
Would you, I visit the Dollar Tree, and we had a conversation about it, and the youth are going in and just grabbing everything and running out. It's gotten worse. Will you do me a favor and revisit that place again to include marshals and Food for Less if we could? We know those are high areas where we're having a lot of youth issues going in and taking things out of the store. Doesn't make your job any easier at all. So this is kind of a rough one, and I know you probably don't want to talk about it, but I'm going to do it anyway. So are you getting all of the crimes from our local outlets as well as Dollar Tree and Marshalls and all that?
No, a lot of those stores, they don't call the police department to report the thefts that are occurring.
So for those on Facebook that are actually going out and saying the police doesn't care and everything else, would you say that probably 75 to 80% of those you don't even know about?
I would say that's accurate.
Yeah, we had a discussion down at Dollar Tree with the store manager, and I was there Sunday, and they actually said they can't give you any photos or anything from now on. And so I'm a little confused about it. I'm a little bothered by it, but we've got to figure out a way. So what I've asked for is I've asked our mayor and yourself to be able to call corporate, and I'm sure the mayor's going to talk about it, because we need a leadership to go and talk to these corporations and see what we can do about helping our local stores out. And I'm hope that you and the mayor will definitely get on top of that one, because his leadership and your leadership is needed at this point on our local stores, including our outlets. Are you getting a lot of calls from the outlets from people taking things?
It comes in waves, but I can guarantee you we're not getting all the calls. They're not reporting a good portion of the calls.
So we're talking about vehicle thefts. You're getting plenty of those, and vehicle break-ins, but actually taking something from the store and running out, we're not getting a lot of those.
No, we're not.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Rose.
So I want to start off by reading this. It's spare the rod, spoil the child. And it means that if you fail to discipline a child when they misbehave, they will grow up to be undisciplined and unruly. And that's what we're facing in our society, not just in Barstow. It's everywhere. And it's unfortunate. I too go to the stores, and they tell me about, what's happening with these children. And I don't know where we lost our way in general, but this curfew has been in place for a long time. I think every city has similar curfews, and it's time to enforce it. And not just enforce it because the fines can be up to $100, if not more, but the parents need to be held accountable, not may. They have to be held accountable. It's, I've heard some parents at the store proud of their child for taking this or that. They encourage it. And so, we probably need to really get a hold of these parents. I know that if a child is truant from school, the parents are held responsible, and they face court, they face fines and all of that too, and that's very important. And we should be working very closely with the Barstow Unified School District, which I'm sure we are, to see how we can collaborate on making stricter rules even within the Unified School District on a child just can't walk off. There needs to be better monitoring if they already don't have that in place. But I do have a question about a child that's in homeschool. So if you see a child, let's say at a park, or two children at a park, and they're homeschooled, how do we approach that?
The way I interpret the Munich Code is it's only when the child is required to be on campus. So if they're in homeschool and they're studying at the park, or they're playing at the park and they're doing their homework some other time, if it wouldn't be a time that they would be required to be on campus, they would not be issued a citation.
So my question is, where would we get the proof? Because they can all say, oh, we're homeschooled.
The easiest way for the police officer out in the field is to contact the school resource officer. They have the ins with the school, and they can get that information pretty quickly.
Oh, good. Thank you. So, yeah, thank you for that. But it's I believe that we can probably all concur that this has been ongoing for way too long, and it's time. It's past time. And I wish that the parents that are encouraging their child to I wish that they would read the Bible, do something better, help their child succeed, because, all they're doing is they're helping their child go behind the bars and going to prison. And that's the saddest part about what we're facing in this society. So thank you to you and your staff for everything you do and what you're going to continue to do.
Thank you, Councilmember Rose. Councilmember Hernandez.
That's interesting, the conversation about juvenile crime. I was in Walmart today. Saw 3 children, juveniles, stealing candy. And I saw another one stealing an ice cream. And I'm in agreement with Councilwoman Rose. Where have our values gone? It used to be if we did anything like that and embarrassed our family, we never heard the end of it. And what bothered me even more, we had seen some stealing at Staters, right? And they said to us they weren't going to do anything about it because the business, did not want to be sued. So I'm in agreement. We need to, you want to form a committee? Where has parents' responsibility disappeared? Where have our values gone? And I'm in true agreement. So how can we, as a community, I didn't do anything because you never know what someone's going to do if you do approach them. I mean, I looked them straight in the eye and bothered them. How can we create a change in that area? I think there need to be certain discussions with the businesses, right? Because they're shoplifting, right? And then we as the customers end up paying for it. Has anything been discussed or whatever, within the businesses within our community about their approach and the fact that they don't report,
We've had several discussions with several of the local businesses, and usually the manager will put it off on corporate. We have made some calls to corporate, and we will again. And usually we just get the answer that that's their policy, and it's because of liability and lawsuits, and it can be more expensive to chase somebody down and hold them accountable than it is to just let them walk out the door.
And they know it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Rose.
So I know that there's certain businesses in Barstow in past, and when we were growing up, when I was growing up, I can't say we because we all grew up at different times, some before me and some after me. But in saying that, there's been some businesses when I was growing up where they only allowed 2 juveniles in the store at a time. Have we spoken to these businesses? Let's talk about Walmart. They're corporate. Can a business, Walmart's a little bigger, but a business prohibit 7 children in at a time, juveniles, should I say? Or can they even, they'll probably sue them, to say that a child cannot go in without supervision? I mean, are these things that we can look at and speak to the businesses, or have we already spoken to them about these type of things? Because when you have a group of children coming into a store, it's asking for trouble potentially.
To your point, I know there are definitely businesses in town that they have a policy that limits the juveniles in the store. As far as the legality of that, I'll look to the attorney. It wouldn't be a criminal situation. That would probably be more of a civil situation.
Yeah, so those are issues that each store owner can look at. I don't know of any city that has adopted an ordinance that would require businesses to only allow 2 juveniles in at a time, or only allow some number per square footage or per employee or anything like that. I've never heard of that. But I have heard of various businesses, I don't know any particularly in town, but some in the greater Southern California area that take shoplifting extremely seriously and have a 0 tolerance policy towards it. It's effectively a business decision on their part on how much inventory shrinkage they can allow, and it's a cost-benefit analysis in our litigious society on what they choose to prosecute and not.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rose. Yeah, Chief, I'll get with you. Councilmember Williams did call me. I believe it was Sunday. No days off with him regarding the Dollar Tree. Plus, we also have the hotel owner that wants to meet with us. So we'll try to get those scheduled this week. And then on your National Day Out, August 4th, we will have a council meeting. And I was 100% in on the dunking pool, so sorry I'm out. So. All right, with that, we're going to move on to council committee reports. Councilmember Hernandez.
The Mojave Air Quality Meeting has been canceled for July.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a laundry list, but I'll start off with the military affairs meeting that we held a few weeks ago, last week. Military affairs meeting we held on the 14th of July. A lot of things was discussed. Some are finalized, some are still in the works. The military mixer, that's going to be held on September 18th, and that's going to be located at the MCLB here on the 18th of September. Veterans Day Breakfast, new program that they just started, will be held on the 11th, and it's going to be held in Core Harper Center on the 11th of November on Veterans Day. Spirit of Giving, that is going to be on the 19th of December, and that also will be located at the Core Harper Center. They're going to have a job fair, and it's going to be on the 15th of October between 10 and 13:30 at the Harvey House. The chain of command for the Brigadier General Anderson is on hold until further notice. At the last council meeting, I put out that it was going to be on the 15th, but due to some circumstances, that's going to be hold off until they get a formal date for him. Also, at the Marine Corps Logistic Base, we're having their military ball, which is going to be in Palm Springs. So those Marines or whoever's going to attend, that'll be in Palm Springs. That'll be on the 15th of November. They also continue to discuss the Route 66 100-year birthday and car show that's going to be held on Main Street on the 1st, between the 1st and 7th Street on the 9th and 10th of October, and that was discussed earlier. The High Desert Marine will have their Marine Ball on the 14th of November. And then the Veterans Support Group is working with the American Cruisers for the 9/11 ceremony that's going to be held at the cemetery. And then AUSA is holding their 30th anniversary golf tournament. Didn't get the location, but it's going to be on the 26th of September. And the next meeting is going to be August 11th at 8 a.m., and that's going to be held at the Los Domingos. Victor Valley Transit Authority was held on the 20th of July. A few things came out. Want to reiterate thank you to the bus service that was given to us for the 4th of July event by VVTA. I thank them and also their staff. Also, Mr. Rod Goldman, first day as CEO at the Victor Valley Transit Authority. Very productive meeting. First day on the dice with the members of the board, and we had a very good time. A couple of things that came out. On Veterans Day, there will be free bus rides for all veterans on the VVTA buses on Veterans Day. So if you're a veteran or any form of a veteran, you will get free ride. One of the things that we proposed to the VVTA was the rate increase for Fort Irwin and those that ride the Fort Irwin buses to and from Fort Irwin. That rate will stay the same. It will not increase. So whatever the rate that they're paying right now will continue to stay in effect. We will meet in September and further discuss if any adjustments need to be made on that. And the next scheduled meeting is 17 August, and that'll be here in Fort Irwin. As you were, Barstow. And I need to make sure that our staff know that we're going to be meeting right here in our chamber. So let's make sure that we're ready, and the little goodies that we put out, I want to make sure that that is ready to go prior to them arrival. Other than that, that's all I have. There's a lot of other things going on, but those were the highlights that that I took from the meeting on the 20th. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Councilmember Williams. Thank you, Councilmember Rose.
The Homeward Bound Committee was canceled, but I'm really happy that Mr. English is in place. The position that he was hired for, he's done significant strides in doing all the duties that as assigned for the homeless and all the data. I love the fact that he's doing the data, because the Homeward Bound Committee for a long time has been asking for a coordinator, and I believe that Mr. English has become that coordinator. So I'm really happy to see that he's putting in the data so that we know where we are and where we need to be. I'd also like to ask about the home base in regards to the last meeting that we had. There was a wait to find out what the county was doing, and now the city are we ready to answer of where, how much we're going to be getting or anything like that on the home base money?
The home-based contract isn't a grant, it's a contract for the homeless strategic plan.
Right, but
I'm not sure.
But there was going to be a report that you were going to do on what we were going to be doing and getting for it.
So we've just kicked off what I put in just the presentation earlier. I lightly touched on, but we just had a kickoff on planning for the outreach. We are going to form a committee to develop the actual strategic plan. So it's a homeless strategic plan, but that's to build off of the next steps to implement the strategic plan. So that's not incorporating. Not sure if you mean related to any of maybe the Home Key grant is what I'm not sure what.
No.
But it's just going to be the strategic plan. So we'll be kicking off, getting our community partners, city staff, and some select members of the community that are involved and have some knowledge of our current homeless population, so that we can move forward with the strategic plan.
So that will be coming to the next Homeward Bound meeting?
Well, we just kicked off the planning, so I don't have the dates in front of me, but I believe we're getting ready to form the committee, so we will give an update at the Homeward Bound meeting.
And as far as the rules and policy, I'm not sure when we're going to be meeting, but I'm sure the mayor has an idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rose. As I looked at my calendar this morning, either all my committees were dark or I missed them. I'm going to go with they were dark. I don't have anything from staff on the next rules and policy. We will go on to business of the council. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank the residents of Barstow for allowing me to serve the city of Barstow for the last 19 years. It has been my privilege and honor to be your public servant. It is not a rumor that I am not running for re-election, but have decided to retire. Looking back at the things my council members and I take pride in what was achieved during the years that I have been here, was fighting for the Barstow Courthouse. That was so difficult, and what a fight it was. But we all did it as the High Desert. All the council members were in support of us. Second is the overpass at Linwood Road. Anybody that's lived in Barstow for any length of time knows how we all used to get stuck there. Once that 50 train track was, you'd be there who knows how long. Second is the two major street improvement projects, of one we are currently in. I'm truly proud of that. And the process of my council members making it possible, and the funding and staying, so not creating a financial burden for our community. The update of City Hall. Anyone that has lived here in this community for any amount of time, look at the landscaping. And the employees, we changed the inside. Next was the replacement of the First Street Bridge. And God, you almost have to be on the council for 19 years to get the funding to do that project. Last but not least is the approval of the big project. My hope and dream is that future councils can achieve even more. So P.S., my husband saw me writing this, so he wanted his little P.S. 2 words in here. So my husband says we can retire knowing he kept his word to the residents of West Section 7. Getting the project completed after 46 years, and thankful he lived long enough to get it seen done. And then there had to be another P.S. because you all know Mr. Hernandez. So For future councils, if you don't do right by the people, he will be back. It truly has been a pleasure, and I know that several people have already applied for the district, and I hope and pray that you continue to be a team and look out for our community. We are not leaving Barstow. People think we're moving. No, we're not. But it's time for us. We will be married 62 years come November. And he has been so supportive of my giving back to the community just as he has. And that's, we were talking about that, and it seems like that is who we are. We've always believed in giving back, in caring, and the folks that have called us know, yes, we always try to get your issues resolved. And no, he never made any public comments or anything about it. They call, he comes up here. So it hasn't been our questions, it has always been the community's questions. And you can continue to call, and you can still stop us in the stores. If you have an issue, we will always be there for you. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, city manager, city manager, maybe Chris can, Mr. Heldridge, can look into, what's the update on the Barstow Rimrock, the lighting, the signs, and the turning signal? Where are we at on that? Also, I love that they put that divider there so that people will not cross over into Circle K. But can we look at putting a no U-turn sign right there on that corner? We still have individuals making a U-turn right there when the light turns green, and it's just waiting for an accident to happen. Right now, they don't have anything up there because they just paved it and everything, but I don't know what they're going to put there, but definitely a no U-turn type of sign should be right there on the end of it. And if we can just kind of get an update on where we're at on that, because I haven't seen really any movement on that, but I do love the divider that they put there. I really want to say thank you to the accomplishments that the city has done. Tremendous. I just want to say thank you to the staff and all our individual first responders and everybody else that took a hand in making that happen. We're moving forward. We continue to keep our foot on the pedal to make things happen. So I want to really, really thank you all for what you do, not just for yourself, but for the city and the city of Barstow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Council Member Williams.
Yes. Me and the mayor, I was at the mayor's office and got a phone call in from a number from Washington, D.C. You remember that, Mayor? So what happened was, we all say that, Facebook can be bad and all these different things, but I had a person reach out from Washington, D.C. To talk to me about a church, about giving a church, which we're going to turn into a youth action committee. Sonia Compton is going to help us with that. She's going to join that committee, and she's going to bring her expertise from the county for mental health and all kinds of other things that we're going to do. We're going to do exactly what we did with the homeless, except we're going to do it with our youth now. We're going to bring in partnerships from all over. I've got commitments from Adelanto City Council personnel to bring in some help. We're going to bring a teen center, education. It's going to have multiple games and everything else in there. So it's not going to be on the taxpayers. And again, it's not part of the city. These committees are all ran separately. But if we can do what we did with our homeless committee, I'm going to tell you guys, look out. We got some major stuff. Our small business committee, we're going to hit that hard. That is just about to take off. We're going to bring all the business owners together. We want to hear about the thefts, the homeless, the issues they got. And we're going to bring that back in data. What I'm hoping to do is eventually turn these committees back over to the city somehow, some way. So, Chief, we talked about the cameras around town. We talked about maybe sitting down and maybe doing some kind of an interview or something to say, hey, this is what's going on the cameras. We get some folks are for it, some against it. I will tell you this. Everyone who calls me and complains about the cameras, I tell them, it could be your loved one that is in harm's way, and you will be very happy to know that if they go on East Main or West Main, we'll know about it. Do you agree on that one? We talked about thefts on trains, correct? With the homeless situation. We talked about a partnership with Santa Fe, and I appreciate you getting involved with that and making that happen, because when I'm walking these homeless encampments, the amount of theft that we're seeing off the trains are tremendous. Unbelievable what we're seeing out there. I think, Chief, you've been out there with me on a couple of those walk-arounds to see that. But we got to come up with answers, right? So I want to share something with our streets. I got to tell you, coming in, they were probably the most awful streets we got. We attacked Grace, which is one that hasn't been touched in forever. Virginia Way and the rest of them. We repaired streets like Cow Avenue, State Street that had never been touched. And Chris, I want to tell you, thank you for sitting down with me. Thank you for looking at these streets when we talked about what's the worst ones we got in here. I ran on streets. Those same streets I recorded when they were, and I've got them. So once these things get done, I'm going to bring the old ones back with the new ones, just so we don't ever forget. We're famous in Napa Valley, and I appreciate that, Chris. Last thing I'm going to leave you with is this one here broke my heart. 26-year-old female, homeless, comes into the city of Barstow. She's in a van with a bunch of other people, and whatever happens, she gets a seizure, and she goes to Barstow Community Hospital. They leave her in the middle of the night, just gone. And I went and got with a couple of group of people, and like the mayor says, we ask those questions. Where do you want to go? Do you have someone? Those are tools that I've learned from PD and the fire department. That's why I carry a case of water now. Is first question is, are you okay? Do you need medical service? That's what our first responders ask. Those are the first two questions. Now the next three might get you in trouble, but those first two was going on. So this 26-year-old female had a seizure, completely out of it. If you ever had a seizure and you get released from the hospital, we picked her up. We took her down to the bus station. It was wait until 11 o'clock at night. Bus is late. We got that female out of here on a bus to Bakersfield to her grandmother. And I'm going to tell you, when I went to go get her some food, when I came back, there was probably 4 or 5 people around her, and I had to run them off. So when you have a loved one out in the street, and some people say, I don't care about the homeless, or, I got a little issue with them, just know I do care. And we can share you some stories that will shock you and will blow your mind of what is happening. And so, Chief, I want to thank you personally for everything you're doing. And just think about it, that 26-year-old female is in bed in Bakersfield and not sleeping on our streets. And I just want you guys to know that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Williams. Councilmember Rose.
So I'm going to start off with world news. Congratulations to Spain, World Cup champions. My family, a lot of the families in Barstow, they migrated. They're descendants of people from Spain. So congratulations to Spain. It was exciting. Then I want to go to another really great news. Dino Ebo never forgets where he is from. He was just interviewed, and he said he's from Barstow, California. He gives back to this community over and over and over again. Congratulations to Dino Ebel's dynasty. I just want to those that don't know that that the two that now belong to the Brewers, Gloria Darling was a council member. She's the grandmother of Brady and Trey. Trey just got recruited, both brothers, Dino's sons, first-round picks. First round. Last year, now this year. And Trey is, I think, only 17. What a dynasty. But what I love about the Ebel family is that they never, ever forget where they're from. And I just want to say congratulations to them. They all have great head, like the way they think, the way that they give back. They're just community minded, and I just want to say how proud this community should be on what the Ebels have done for this community. They even owned, I mean, a long time ago, there was an Italian restaurant called La Scala. So they were business owners too. I can go on and on. I just wanted to shout out to them. I also would like to get a youth advisory update for this council, like who were the, like a list of the students that were a complete list, and when the first meeting has happened, if it's not happened, I'd like to get an update on that. And a while back, I did ask Ms. Clayton about the cameras around town, and you said you would get back to me. Well, I found out through somebody else that they were flock cameras, and there is a lot of controversy. There's good and bad. There's been lawsuits in regards to these. So I really think that this council needs to have a conversation collectively, somehow talk about them and the pros and cons, because I get a lot of phone calls on these flock cameras. Some are good, some are not good. But I think that this whole council should be looking a little deeper on these cameras. And I believe that's it. I would like to ask the mayor if we can close this meeting in memory of Mr. David Cordova. He just recently passed away, and our condolences to the whole family. Former Chief Espinoza, that is his father-in-law, and I'd like to, if we can, close in his memory.
Will do. Thank you, Councilmember Rose. Unfortunately, I don't have an update for you on the Youth Council, but I'll get one at the next meeting. At my regular Monday meeting, I already spoke to the city manager. I think she's in agreement that we have our Chief Kirby give us an update on flock cameras, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. And I don't know if she spoke to you yet, so if not, okay. And I did have a few events I attended. On 7/8, I attended Supervisor Rao's Coffee and Conversation, and that may be my last one, because now I have a new committee with SBCTA to attend on that date. So I made them aware of that, and if maybe Mayor Pro Tem can drop in. If not, we do have staff there. Police chief, fire chief, assistant city manager are usually, if not always, there. On July 9th, I, along with Community Development Director Hildreth and Assistant City Manager, met with Carrie Schindler from the SBCTA, bringing her up to date on Barstow and looking for more road money. On 7/13, I met with Tony Cabrera from ABC, who has a show, Tony in Your Town. So he was in Barstow, and the show was to have some information about Barstow. Unfortunately, that was to air on 7/16, and I guess in LA they had a pipe break that day. So I got preempted by a pipe break. As a non-committee member, I did attend the military affairs, and what I was told there is we may be given a 24-hour notice on the General Anderson's departure. So I'm trying to keep July as free as I can because we may have to put that on our calendar at the last minute. On July 15th, I attended the Together We Can, and as they get prepared for their big event in December. And then on the 17th, I attended the U.S. Veterans Support Group's 4th Annual Kids Fun Day at Cora Harper. Unfortunately, I had to leave that a little bit early because I got a call on Friday that a Mr. Fox, and I forgot his first name, that has a podcast, was going to be doing a mural tour, and he wanted to interview me also. So I did that on Saturday also. And then early today, I attended the Barstow Chamber of Commerce breakfast meeting, and the program this morning was Mr. English, and okay, well, I was going to give him some good information, really promote him to his boss there, so his other boss. He did a great presentation. He speaks well. And then just before this meeting, I went to the church there on Main Street. I'm sorry, forget the name of it right now, but thank you to AT&T. AT&T through Desert Manna, so thank you to Mr. Fixted and Mr. Batishi for organizing this with AT&T, but they gave 100 laptops for them to give away. And then Desert Manna included about another 8 or 10 nonprofits to bring in the kids. They didn't go get all the kids themselves, so they brought in other nonprofits, and each nonprofit gave away those laptops. So thank you to AT&T, and I'll probably want to get a certificate to them for that. And that is everything, unless I have some notes in here from public comments. I do have some questions marked here that I'll answer, but they're not tonight. I got to do some research. And then from last meeting, Mrs. Wisma, the answer to does a committee member have to be within the city? It's what I thought. Planning commissioner does not have to be a city resident. I believe that was what your question was. So I did confirm that before I wanted to answer. I did confirm it. So planning commissioner does not. With that, we will go on to the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I have a very brief report tonight. Just upcoming meetings. We've got Planning Commission on Monday, July 27th, Rules and Policy on the 28th, and the next council meeting on the August 4th. We are now accepting nominations for council members. We have, as Councilwoman Hernandez announced, that she's not rerunning. So we have the nomination, and District 1 and District 2 nomination period, July 13th through August 7th. We are now, I mentioned this earlier briefly, streaming live on YouTube for our city council meetings. And on the recreation events coming up, softball, the season will run from September 22nd to November 5th. I can't believe we're already almost to August, and then September will be here before we know it. Coming up soon is the kindergarten kickoff and senior send-off on July 29th. The NASA Camp Days, Friday, July 24th, and Saturday, July 25th. As Chief Kirby mentioned, we have the blood drive hosted by the police department right here in City Hall on the 29th of July. And also, as he mentioned, National Night Out is coming up on August 4th, and we did talk about that being at our next council meeting. Just a couple other things that I don't have in the presentation, but I want to respond to, and then a few more events. On public comment, we did have a question about the lawsuit and who's responsible for that. The city is responsible for our portion, and the developer is responsible for their portion. So whatever equal responsibility that is it falls on those responsible parties. The question on the Marriott, if the agreement, how that's going, it's in compliance. They are within the agreement. The sharing was recently posted, I think, last month on our accounts payable as a recap of where we're at, and that does run through 2028. So, for some upcoming events, we do want to host a ceremony to basically unveil the CIF banners. I was going to say flag, but banners. We received the banners. We will be distributing those throughout the city, but we want to have a ceremony here at City Hall. My hope was to have that at the next council meeting on August 4th, just ahead of school starting, and we will be strategically placing after the unveiling and ceremony, one near the school, and throughout the city we have a couple locations. That is also National Night Out, so I don't know if we'll be able to coordinate that. If we're not able to, it will be at the following meeting, but we're hopeful to coordinate that ahead of school starting. I shouldn't say kicking off, but school going back into session, because we will have one near the school after we have that ceremony. I know it was brought up a question about the flock cameras. That's been a lot of buzz in the news lately because of the lawsuits, but we already have anticipated a presentation from Chief Kirby. We're trying to schedule somebody from flock cameras, a representative, to come here on site to be able to provide the presentation alongside Chief Kirby and answer any questions that you may have. Also on the 18th, we have scheduled a presentation by Dr. Eva Bagg and Barstow Community College. She'll present the new associate dean that night and give a presentation to the city. And the last thing I just had on my note is that a follow-up as to Mayor Silva's comment on the ABC7 Tony Cabrera's Tony in Your Town. That was scheduled for last Thursday at 6:45 a.m., but there was that event that happened that, of course, news always has to go to the most late-breaking news. So we believe it'll be this Thursday at 6:45 a.m. So, and we'll get the clip once it's aired, and we'll be able to share that. So with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I have a question from Councilmember Rose.
Not a question, but a request. If they're not already on the list for the ceremony for the unveiling of the CIF banners, do we already have the Barstow Unified School District Board of Trustees and their interim superintendent on the list as invites?
We're just working to get everything scheduled, so I'm working with reaching out to the school to get that scheduled.
To the school or to the Unified School District?
I'm sorry, the school district.
Okay.
The school district.
Perfect, thank you.
Most notably, the coach and the team members.
Right, but
Yes.
Board of Trustees, I think, is really important to extend it to them and the interim superintendent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. With that, by consensus of the members, without objection, this meeting will be adjourned in honor of Mr. David Cordova at 10:54 p.m. We will now return to closed session, and closed session report out will be at the next regular council meeting scheduled for August 4th, 2026. Give me 5 minutes to take care of paperwork so that the city clerk can take care of her paperwork, and then we'll meet in the chambers.
urgent situation involving a dangerous animal, please call 911 right away.
In moments that matter most, Barstow relies on calm, confident voices behind the scenes. Public safety dispatchers are the critical link between our community and the first responders who serve it. Dispatchers answer 911 calls, assess emergencies, and send the right help fast. The City of Barstow dispatch team is seeking motivated self-starters who can multitask, think clearly, remain calm and decisive under pressure, and are passionate about serving the public and community. If you're ready to make a real impact and be the voice that helps save lives, join the City of Barstow as a public safety dispatcher. Visit www.barstowca.org/employment opportunities to apply today.
Attention Barstow residents. Starting the week of March 30, several local streets will be under construction as part of our ongoing road rehabilitation project. Affected streets: Gray Street, Barstow Road to Cul-de-sac, Coyote Lane, Grace Street to Cul-de-sac, East Virginia Way, Barstow Road to Roberta Street, Helen Runyon Drive, Virginia Way to Mountain View, 7th Avenue, Mountain View Avenue to Frederick Street, Mountain View Street, Barstow Road to East Main Street,